All right, welcome for joining us 6 months for the ill-fated session 66.
Woohoo!
Oh yeah,
Go.
get excited, get pumped, get
Oh,
pumped.
Cowabunga.
100 more, we're to the devil's number. Look at all their faces. They're like, wait, what? Yeah, 100 more.
I think it's
I'm just
600
kidding.
more.
Yeah, it would be
Just kidding.
600
Yeah,
more.
600 more.
That's when I stopped to do the math. I was like, wait.
I know.
It's too early.
I was seeing if anybody recognized that. Okay. So, yes, no, we're not going to probably. Oh, I don't think we'll get 100 more sessions. It's possible. I mean, see if this group 600 more, probably not. Highly
Did you
unlikely.
hear him? He's saying we're going to die.
Highly unlikely.
We're gonna die.
I'm okay with that at this point.
We're all going to die
I don't know if
down
any.
here.
I don't know if I've ever heard of any campaign going to 666 sessions
That would be a very long campaign.
That would.
It's just
Unless you were just playing like every day or
every
something.
day. Yeah,
There was
You would
like-
have to design mythic levels.
mythic levels.
Yeah.
There was like
Oh.
one thing I'd heard, like where this D&D group have been playing like the same game for 20 years or something like that. So
Mhm.
maybe they did that.
I've known people that did that, but they usually played like 4 times a year or something.
Oh, okay.
It was like quarterly they had a session, and by 15 years in, they were all level 10.
We did it, guys.
We did it. We
The,
did it.
the next
everybody!
edition came out, and
Yeah, I
they
was
had to
gonna say, the
debate on
next
if they were going
edition.
to re-roll all their characters in the new edition.
Okay, so recap. So we had the dragon fight that is still ongoing. We don't know what the conclusion of that fight is. If it's ended, if it's been mutually removed themselves, if Erithune has fell, if Trescal has fell, if one of them is mortally wounded. We don't know the situation on that. We just understand that there was destruction of the Gentlewood in such a significance that it had made the Orcish people actually begin to rescue the Grey Bear tribe because they were the people that lived in that woods, and so they're kind of like in the process of that at the moment right now. So like it could be that people start teleporting in, that sort of thing. Because one of the things that one of your party members to discover Shazveris is that there is a wizard known as Earpip, which apparently is a clone Brugha. And a little bit of experimentation gone wrong, so to speak, perhaps. And they actually were tasked, and so this is something they were tasked to go in and find the chief. So their task for them, this is something that might have been kind of passed over because they talked really fast. The war chief is that they're supposed to be going in and getting like the quote unquote VIP of the Grey Bear tribe and get them out of there. So that's kind of what Earpip's tasked to do. So now, not only the Gentlewood on fire, but also Twin Fork. That was the site that the two dragons had crashed down upon. Most likely is not here anymore. So if your continent map, look at Twin Fork, you could probably just X that out. along with Baelday. Yeah. So the world is this is a living, breathing world. Things happen, and your actions or your inactions have led to consequences. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that. We were ambushed by the elementals in the mighty river. The elementals that were presented are known as myrmidons, and they are conjurations from the elemental plane, not necessarily full elementals themselves. Upon conversation and try to figure things out, it would seem that there is something going on with the elemental planes, and now how they're moving upon each other or moving against you or trying to figure something out in terms of, but what you all know, and this is concrete, is that they are after the stone. So whatever was sent there, whoever conjured those things, they were trying to claim in particular stone. And that was something to do with the element of cold primarily. So Ukar's camp is where we are at. Ukar's camp is in the High Auric, which is technically, we assume these to be mountains, but they call them foothills just because of how large the mountains are surrounding the region. It is on the north side of the mighty river as it forms together, pushing itself into Rothor Bay. the High Orc is the territory of orcs, and usually it was divided by tribes. And now you have the Great Chief, Ukar, and they've kind of united those tribes together. And so this is Ukar's camp. This is a camp just like many of the other settlements of those tribes. They are nomadic, they move around. And so this is the representation of what would they normally have in terms of this actual important structures that they would pitch up. They're made and comprised. I'm not going to go through the description of the village because I've done it twice, so I'm not going to go through it a third time. But it comprises of mammoth and cave bear hides with like ivory of their bones, and they have their own painted kind of colorations of the tribes. Maybe they're not painted because there is not just orcs here. Not just like goblinoids, right, for Ukar's camp, but also refugee type people. You know, you talked about like the paladin, right, Fastar, being of that of Dragonpike, which is a rebellion against Clan Gilgal and the City of Stone, the occupation there. So that is what's here in this camp. They're only going to be here for a number of days before they move off again. So usually rotates and moves off every 2 weeks. Okay. So we had conversation in the war room, and this will be the last bit of the recap. The war room is in the Great Chief's hut, which is Ukar's hut, and it had a map of Aluda, the City of Stone. It had the Inzatfars, which are the fortifications that are close by to the City of Stone. And you found out that there's actually a railroad that was constructed that connects the Ravshat and Zatfar to the north side and to the Noktorlog and Zatfar to the west side and runs through the city. And so they've had a pretty connected network, so to speak, to move supplies and their siege weaponry on that railroad. And the Ukar, as well as the Ukar's forces, which is the Orcish forces, and the Dragonpike forces, they actually have been targeting that railroad as attacking the logistics of it, you know, getting the supplies for themselves, like kind of stealing them, but they have never made any motions or movements against the Inzatfars or the City of Stone, because the numbers of Clan Gilgal are in the up. We're going upwards to the 1,000 level. So the orcs do not have that many. Neither does Dragonpike. So they don't want to take a fight against heavily armored and sieged dwarfs in their city and their fortifications. That would just be nonsensical. And Ukar also drums it up to being like, well, we don't want to stomp on the people in the City of Stone because the City of Stone is occupied, right? Clan Gilgal has occupied it by a militaristic force. So if they make any movements, even on the fortifications, they're actually going to be stomping on people that are just in the wake of what is happening. And so Ukar wants to take this in a path that would defeat the pawns, defeat the knights, the rooks, that sort of thing, before they get to the king, so there isn't so much destruction in their path. They've come up with a plan in the war room, and that was based on a plan by one of their generals known as Narcissus, who happens to be one of the Shadow Hand. Someone of a roguish caliber, someone with some connections most likely to other places, and you might imagine them to have some strong connections with the Rudikar. They have drummed up a manifest of the Denkosh mining operations and generally trying to figure out shipment orders and that sort of thing to the city. And they've identified that the Denkosh Mining Guild is actually supplying the City of Stone quite heavily with metals of a variety, which can only mean one thing, and that's either the metals and the metalwork for the siege weaponry or for the tinkerer. And so they look at this and they say, well, we got a ship coming in 10 days. It'll be in prime position in the bay. There won't be any sort of observance sites on that. We can get into that ship, we can take it over, and we can assume their identities and get through the sea gate. After all, Rhodey failed. They had a tinkering, almost like a submarine that they built, and that was over a number of months. Then they sent that in, but there is electrified metal netting underneath the actual sea gate all the way to the bottom of the bay in that harbor. So they basically hit into it, and the whole submarine started, getting electrified and shocked and fried the circuits and that sort of thing. So they barely lived. So Rhodey is in a kind of a hideout, getting themselves treated. The hideout is essentially not named at this point because, like as Vistar said, the more information that you're passing around right now could lead further down the road to them being found. If there is maybe a spy in their midst, right? Or there's something happening. And so it's imperative that if you're going to exchange information, there has to be a reason for it. And right now, Rhodey is not needed with the plan that Ukkar has developed. And Rhodey is not in a condition to even help right now. So they're kind of a parked person and that sort of thing. Okay. There was another name that was dropped. That's Drelgash. I do want to make a note. So talk about the Rebellion of Dragonpike. There's 3 names that are associated with that. Star, Rhodey, and Drelgash. And Drelgash was assumed in conversation by Vistar to being one of the ones in the actual City of Stone. So they're maybe the operative for the rebellion in this city, which they mentioned a hideout, right? So you can imagine maybe they run that hideout. I said it wasn't going to be a long recap, but man, there's so much stuff. And I really want to make sure we got because 2 people are out. So I really want to make sure that we're, we're hitting the notes. Does anybody have any questions or anything?
I think I'm good.
Fantastic.
Nope. Where is the ayahuasca tent?
The ayahuasca tip. I love it.
Were they piloting the submarine with an Xbox controller?
No.
Oh God.
No.
Damn.
Egan. No.
Are they going to
I
see
can't.
this world's Titanic?
Literally can't right now. That's so messed up.
Damn.
God damn it. We were all set to start, and you just had to derail everything with that fucking comment, huh? Huh?
Tegan's back!
Proud of yourself?
I love it. I forgot what it was like to have you here. I missed you, buddy.
I miss you too, bud.
Ugh.
Wow. Okay.
You just stun locked Michael for like 2 minutes.
So anyway, to reiterate for the benefit of Lucar, Vistar was the Paladin of Helm who was a gold dragonborn from the Belmont clan originally.
And he's
And
a
he's-
redemption paladin.
Yeah,
he's
they're-
around here somewhere.
The Redemption Paladin. So their history, which I guess I'll recap that too. I'll try to keep it short. I always say that, but it always goes long. So the Belknok, they're not thralls to the Gold Dragon, which Horan is currently the Gold Dragon that serves as the Great Protector to them, known into a cohort as the Valar. And that goes back to the Age of Draconia, where you had Valar, which are the Great Protectors, which are like basically metallic dragons, and they're dragonborn and they're sorts of sorcerers known as Draconia, fighting against Draconis, which is the chromatic dragons, and their goblinoid forces, their thralls known as Vodir. So
Iron.
yeah, so there was like a war between dragons and then their servants, or either their friends, that sort of thing. And so the Belknok are part of Valar. They still kind of see to that perspective, right? That they need to protect and they need to serve Horan in order to do that protection. And then Vistar left when they were a young brood, that sort of thing. They wanted to see the world. They wanted to kind of venture away because the Belknok is, it's pretty much you got to find your place in their society. You got to find your place in the culture of service. And so they kind of have a little bit more wisdom and strength to them. They wanted to see the world. And that actually led them into Balthus, to Kingdom of Deadmore, and fighting against undead. So they became what's referred to as a member of the Village and Eye. And they observed the undead forces of Ebith. They fought against them. They took their oath of redemption to try to redeem what has happened to their people and the Age of Draconia in terms of all the violence and that sort of thing. And then they got word, right, that the dragons were enslaved, that there was a master of dragons, and there was a war that broke out, right? And that involved Horan. And so they've kind of come back to try to figure out a way to help Horan, to help the gold dragon. And why are they here then, and not in the Crystal Desert with the other Belnok? That sort of thing. They're here because Belzar is actually the child of Horan, not by blood, but by like adoption.
That's the one of the brass? Oh, the silver.
Silver dragon. So Belzar, who is responsible for killing all the the dwarfs in the dwarven cities, and how talk about in terms of killing the dragon, do we help the dragon, that sort of thing. So Vistar is basically like, we have to help the silver dragon at all costs because Belzar is essentially the child of Horan.
Roger.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So yeah, that's a lot, but it's condensed down. So and so they are one because they're Vigilant Eye. Their deity is Helm, that they serve in terms of justice to the undead and that sort of thing. And there was a mutual conversation between Maldor because Vistar actually recognized Maldor's name and recognized their family name as well, the Gentile, right? So because Maldor, you are Fist Helm and you are an angel, so they kind of know you in terms of and they listen to your story and that sort of thing. And so they don't want to cause any sort of problems between you two. They understand your plight and your grief and stuff, and their oath is redemption. It's not vengeance. It's not conquest. And so they kind of just said, whatever path that you need to walk to redeem yourself, that's not falling back with Helm, then so be it, right? All right, I'm done. Said a lot.
Yay.
All right, where are we at? So we have people in the pocket cottage pitch themselves up. We have Mirius, you've actually left. Maldor, you're headed back to the pocket cottage. You arrived into the pocket cottage, right?
He's in.
No,
Yeah,
he
I
was
had
there.
made it there. Yeah.
Yeah, you made it there to the pocket cottage. So Mirius, I guess the question really is, where are you going to go after you leave the pocket cottage?
Assuming I have some sort of place I'm staying.
Yeah,
tent.
you got a
Yeah.
tent pit. You got your own tent pitched
Yeah.
up. Get your food.
Yeah.
Get your little cooking pot.
Yep, gonna go do my thing. That's it. Because it's
Okay.
late, right? Yeah, 11. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super late. Yeah.
So yeah, probably just call it a night there.
Okay. Is anybody doing anything in particular in terms of?
Maldor was just going to send a message to whoever's in charge of the dwarf unit that we have at the crossroads, just to tell them to meet us as soon as they can get over here for the invasion, where we're rallying. Because I don't know if they actually would be able to find this place, but
Yeah, they would be able to find this place. Your intention was to get them into the ranks of Clan Gilgal and work on getting the direction of the Granite Keep. So, as described to the party, Aluda, so the Granite Keep has a series of drawbridges with an actual fort that serves it as they call it the spire, right? That kind of sits. And so one drawbridge goes to the spire, another drawbridge goes to the keep. And so they were like, if we're ever going to make an attack upon the keep and we're going to try to get into the keep, either we're going to have to fly into it or we'd have to have those drawbridges lowered. And so Ukar's intention behind that was saying, well, maybe you can infiltrate them, get them in so they're at the positions ready to go to lower those drawbridges if it comes to that. Not saying that is the plan, right? But just having them in position as an option. Okay, so sending that message, getting word out. Okay. Start moving them away from Fort Flatminer, which is where they're at before. Anything else?
No, I mean I have a thing I want to do, but I wouldn't be able to do it tonight because I need to change my spells. So.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get everybody here. All right, should prompt you for a long rest. So you're more than welcome to take one if you need to get your stuff back and your healing. I think Thanos, you definitely need to take a long rest.
98 hit points. Jesus fuck.
That was crazy.
Bro, that made me a pin cushion. It wasn't even fair.
Somewhere in the distance, you hear the voice of Ether and go, "How does it feel?"
If only, right?
Ukar is literally just Etherin's spirit embodied into one of the clones.
I know, right? All right, so we'll start off with everybody here in Pocket Cottage. So give you all an opportunity if you wish to role play,
Also,
talk about things outside of.
Some of the characters got to glow up if you're confused.
Yeah,
about
they did.
They
Got a pretty big glow up too. A lot of them changed quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
got light work done.
Yeah.
Can't-
Thank
it's-
you.
It's good. You can't tell. Those nose jobs are pretty normal looking, right?
Why does Varys look like Anakin Skywalker?
Oh my god.
Because he literally told me he wanted
was
to look
literally-
like a young Anakin Skywalker, so I put that into the prompt.
So that
All?
bulimic looking Anakin.
Listen, he really hates sand. It's,
I would like to point out how difficult it still is to get like Dragonborns the way that you like, because you try to give it like what we use as descriptive facial features, and it doesn't work. You end up with something horrifying.
Yeah, but
Just
yours
gonna
is pretty good.
Hit up the.
Yeah,
fruit
it took me like
dude.
4 hours.
You know how to draw that shit.
It took me 4 hours to get Thanos right too, so I feel that.
It took me just like 20 minutes to do mine.
Well, once everyone's awake, I would probably try to gather everyone.
Okay.
Since we have 10 days, I think it's best that I make way now towards Aluda. So I have 5 days to get there and 5 days to get back, and see if anywhere along that route I can sense the stone.
You're planning
you
on
be
going
going
alone?
You're just
Oh.
leaving.
Yeah, man, fuck that. I got 10 days. It's a long trip, man.
Oh, so
Well,
you're gonna move through mountainous terrain where you have no idea how to cross giant ravines in a mountain.
I have
and
the
through
cloak.
through Orcish territory. I'm just saying. I'm just like spitballing
could-
here. Like you
I can
don't know
fly.
where you're going, right? And so you're like,
I mean, I
can
well,
ask
of course you
Ukar.
can fly. I mean, you could fly.
There's probably a scouting party or something that you could go with.
Yeah.
That's fair. I didn't think they'd be sending one since he already had the plan in place. Seems
They
like
did you
dangerous.
so described by the war map to you was that they attack the railroad all the time. They're sending attacks down from the
Oh.
mountains all the time. Like they're moving.
I missed that
pieces.
part.
Yeah. That was part
There's a lot you
of
missed.
what I was representing is that they do move down from the mountain. They do attack the railroad.
Oh,
they
well
just
then,
don't
yeah. Okay.
they don't attack the Azatvars, so they're moving down. They have patrols all around the mountains, making sure. Because what happens with like they could come and attack them too, right? So they could march a force in here. So they got to make sure they are on the lookout.
No, the doors are little bitches. We discovered that at the fort.
They don't like me called little, by the way. Just saying.
I call everyone little, even Ukar, who's 8'12" and
8
How
foot.
did that work
12.
out for you?
yeah,
A little man beat you up pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I'll ask Ukar if he has a patrol going out that I can go with, but that is my plan to leave today, if possible.
Probably going to speak to Pip and see more about why they're here and stuff.
Before you leave, Thanos, do you have any rotten flesh?
How much do you need?
A lot.
The definition of a lot. In rules of the crafting guide, how much do you need?
1 exquisite.
I do not have enough for an exquisite. I have enough for 2 fine. I have 27 common, essentially.
Kill some zombies while you're gone.
Okay.
Well,
but-
since we have 10 days of downtime, you could go hunt.
I don't know. Is there any undead around here though?
I mean, fair.
Okay, can we go back to the whole you going by yourself thing? What is the benefit of you going by yourself? And then are you gonna try to find get the stone, or are you just gonna figure out where it is and then we're gonna all go together?
No, the plan is to confirm that it's in the city before we siege the city, because if it's not in the city, then we need to come up with another plan, because we're not going to be able to deal with Beldar.
Yeah. The concern was we need to have it complete before we hit the city, and we're assuming the last piece might very well be in the city, but then if it's not, we're going to have to go looking for it.
So I need to get close enough to the city to be within 10 miles of pretty much the entire thing. Do a sense, see if I can see if the stone is there, and then
That makes sense.
Regroup.
All right, as long as you're not getting yourself into trouble to where you, I don't know, almost get eaten by T-Rexes or lit on fire by a tiny robot blood man, or I don't know. I'm saying random things here, just spitballing, but just don't die.
I'm pretty good at not dying.
Oh, well.
I'm good at getting knocked out,
Thanks to you.
but people
Wait a
take
minute.
care of me.
Somebody
Oh,
please
that's
go buy
fine.
me another bag of diamonds.
Oh, he did offer us the services of his master warsmiths. We haven't actually gone and looked to talk to them or anything, but that was.
You
Like,
guys
they-
are going to
they-
cheat on me?
They basically gave us he was like, it's all
Hide me.
free, whatever you want. So
It's all for
Well, he
That's
said he
kinda
would
what he
make
said.
anything if we had the materials.
I think he said
So
they
if
had
they're-
the materials.
No, he said if
No,
we
he said we had the
provided.
materials.
Oh,
That said, if anyone needs dragon scale armor, we have plenty of stuff for that. I think everyone has that, though.
Except for I can't wear that.
Yeah.
I
nerd.
think our resident favorite wizard boy and I must have a conversation at some
Oh,
point
shit.
Okay.
about some magical item.
Oh, speaking of, our fallen ex-party member who got devoured by Hugo. What's the house's name? Herbert.
Herbert,
Hubert. We recovered some of his items. I'm holding. What do I have? I have a +3 focus that probably shouldn't be on Maldor. I already have a +2, so it should go to somebody that casts actual saves a lot. If somebody
Alright.
needs it or doesn't
only-
have one.
The only problem is I would take it. I don't know. I have a conundrum here
Because
because
you got the book, right?
the
Yeah.
book gives me more spells back when I take a short rest.
That's probably
not
better
su-
than a +1, honestly.
Yeah. That's what I thought too.
That's. I was just gonna put it because I'll keep
I-
it. I don't mind having a higher DC, but I figured
I only
somebody
have a
else might need it more.
+2, if you guys are cool with that. Since
It
I only
probably
have
makes
a...
more sense on you. Yeah.
Yeah. You cast more spells than that
Wonder-
affect targets than Maldor.
Didn't Herbert eat Zeph? No, Drew.
We decided that he has eaten all of the
We
clerics.
decided anybody
He's
that
eaten all of
Herbert
them?
clerics,
doesn't like clerics
Wait.
anymore, and
Listen.
if you are a cleric, he will eat you. It has been
Yeah,
He's
decided.
not in the party anymore.
Can't we give him happy ending?
Yeah,
Well-
I'd assume Drew went back to Alathan. I don't know why we had to.
I mean,
he
may-
may have
maybe-
went back
Because
to
I have all
Alathan.
his shit. That's why.
Maybe
we
he
assumed
knocked
that.
someone up and had to take her back for a shotgun wedding.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll
but
say
Herbert
that.
stole
You
all
know?
of his magic items, is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Which I have stolen.
Well,
from-
considering
Yeah.
we gave him like $250,000 worth of $250,000 gold worth of stuff like very first
That was
day.
kind of the thing. It was like we're gonna reclaim that's property of Fate Haven.
That's property of the Fate Haven
Haven.
Council.
We have
Which
a
we
pact, and anytime
Which
new
we
people
gave
come in,
to
and we outfit
Marius
them.
before we knew Marius.
Before
Yeah,
we
I
even
walk
do
in through the front door. Just, here you go, a box full of shit. I'm like, all right.
It's
Shit,
a
I
welcome
guess.
Here you go.
What you
Welcome to
don't
the
realize
party.
is the fine print that says we own you now.
Yeah, no, I kind of missed that part.
I have
I saw the
4
Black Dragon skill
potions.
too. I was like,
I have 4 potions of restoration I can pass around. I think I took those off of him too.
Oh, that's nice.
Restoration.
Yeah,
Dope.
removes diseases, blindness, deafness, paralysis, poison.
I thought you
I
said
definitely
dizziness
could use
for a
one
minute.
of those.
I was like,
Probably.
dizziness,
say-
okay. Like,
We-
Yeah, and some superior healing potions too. I have a bunch of those.
Oh, what do we
Deuce
need to
I
make
needs
this?
some because Deuce doesn't have any more now.
Whoa! I feel a little called out. We have plenty. I can make some on the
No,
road.
I'm not saying like it's a problem. I'm just saying you don't have any, right?
Yeah, that's fair. How much do we have left? Now we're getting into this whole downtime conversation. I was trying to avoid this.
Well, we are about to take downtime, but just as the nature of the narrative is the thing. So if we're gonna do stuff, we might as well do it.
Knock it out real quick.
need to pull
so
some crap
I'll-
in here.
Just like for like housekeeping. I have 3 superior and 1 supreme still on me, so I'm pretty good on potions. And now I have the restoration. So
I have 11 and 3.
Jesus.
Superior.
11.
Oh my
11
God.
superiors. Yeah, that's what he
Jesus
had on.
Christ.
He had just made a batch and was about to distribute them, and they never came.
Yeah.
Oh
out,
yeah,
so-
that's right.
So I was just
Yeah,
Grab
well, I
it,
have
hold on
0. As far as the restorations, we should probably throw
I'm
those out because the paralysis from the
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
just
yeah,
spread
I've been
them
spreading them out. I sent one to Varus, I sent one to Tegan. I was gonna keep one. Who wants the other one?
probably give it to Lucar since he's least
Yes.
likely to be infected, so he can
And
pour it in
also
somebody else's.
has 300 movement speed or something.
Yeah, he can get it to people.
So sorry to interrupt. Just a question for Michael.
Yep.
Is my character sheet broken, or do the Rhythm Maker drums not require attunement anymore?
Yeah, we got rid of it.
Their attunement is not a thing anymore.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah, it's all
it's just
slots.
slots. It's all slot based. So
Oh, I knew that. I don't know why I'm asking questions.
It's been a while.
it's been a
Oh,
He's been playing other D&D games and cheating on
Yeah,
us
been
and
cheating
forgot
on us.
how the homebrew works.
It was never exclusive, boys.
all right.
That's what you think.
I guess I can also make a bunch of superiors while we're traveling.
Yep, it's on you now.
Oh, I did grab
That
off
on
of
the
his
carpet
body
would-
too. A ring of protection too, and ring of dark vision. I don't think you guys need that, but does anybody want them?
No, I
No,
think we
I have
already have
one.
them.
Yeah.
I
I have
don't
both of
think-
those.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was like, I don't need them, so.
Oh,
I'll
you're
get
not
into
going to
it.
use the protection?
No, because I'm using a ring of warning and ring of necrotic resistance right now.
Oh, okay.
Donate them to like a kid or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Go play with that.
Give them to Ukar.
Good kid.
Yeah, I'm sure Ukar needs it. Yeah.
I think we're good on all that, though.
Yeah, you can
Uh,
just give me however many potions
yeah,
you want.
Steven, what did you need? What did you want me to craft?
Let's talk about like the magical discovery things. Like if we can experiment on trying to find a way to like focus my ability to fly so that it either lasts longer or I can use it more often.
Okay.
Like mechanical wings.
I have 10. I have 10 of them, so we could try something. I don't know.
So magical
you
magical
basically-
discovery. This is just a disclaimer. You have to do this during downtime. So we have to have conversation, either Discord messages, stuff passing back and forth. We can't create something just simply on the spot. So
Okay.
that's one of the things I have. Now, if you do want to make something in the crafting guide right now that's going to aid you in flying, there is an enchantment that allows you to fly. So you could simply make an enchantment that allows you to have flying. Or if you want something more tied into your character, more personal in terms of that discovery, maybe go back and forth with each other on Discord about what exactly you would like. And then after the session, you can simply just message me so I can have that ready to go. So
Yeah, no problem. Just kind of bringing it
We'll
up
do
in
that.
character as like,
yeah.
hey, we know we're gonna do some stuff, and I'd like to do some experimentation, and we'll figure the rest out later.
Yeah. Well, I'll message you after the session. We can figure it out. Right. And then yeah, so once we're done with all this, I was gonna scry on somebody. I don't know how much like planning you need for that.
Depends on who you're scrying.
I want to scry on my brother and see if I can
Oh.
find him.
See.
Like
This
that
is
was the agenda.
I finally have the ability to scry, so I'm gonna see if I can find him.
Is Scry a 6th level spell?
It's a 5th. I just didn't have the spell before.
Gotcha.
Okay. So taking 10 minutes, getting your reagents out. You begin to cast scrying based on a description of what?
So according to the scrying spell, if it's someone that you're familiar with, like you know the target well, I was just gonna go based off of the description of how I knew him before he left home.
Yeah. So you're trying to focus on that. Okay.
Yeah.
So as you open your eyes to the divination magic figuring in terms of location, that would be the likeness, rummaging through the reagents and putting them into place using this cast, you eventually find yourself at a loss after 10 minutes. The scrying cannot be reached. This character.
Good to know. All right, and then after that, I don't really have any other plans for the downtime. Just if anyone needs help.
Anything else from anybody?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
I'm gonna go speak to that Dragonborn here at some point.
Okay, so go and speak to the Dragonborn. Paris, anything for you? Because you're obviously in the Pocket Cottage. So sounds like you're all just trading and doing stuff at the Pocket Cottage. You can get yourself ready to go.
Yeah, I think I'm good. Just gonna kind of wait to hear from Thanos, like after his adventure.
All right, so we have two things on the docket then, it sounds like. So the docket would be Lucar talking to Star, and then we have Thanos, you are going to be heading out, trying to get us, maybe go up to Ukar, right, and get a scouting party headed into the direction of the city to then activate locating a piece of the stone. You just want to get close enough so that way you can feel it within a range. Is that correct?
Yeah, essentially, I want to confirm that it's in the city to confirm our suspicions, and then once we do the whole infiltration, I can pinpoint it later. Because I think we have to be within 10 miles or something. So
Gotcha. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll do start first. Let's see. All right, so if Star is not in the Great Chief's hut, Star is actually just heading away from Tulok, which happens to be the warsmith, and is carrying a piece of parchment of leather that has kind of writings and different things on it, looking through at the outside of that large tent that is fit with a number of anvil forges, anvils, and kilns, and hanging in terms of mannequins, armor pieces, and placed on large slabs of tables that are made from bonework and things. Just these chainmail, plate, armor type things. A lot of the ingots in the crates show signs that they have the clan Gilgal symbol. Essentially, the iron or the dark steel is coming from the spoils of this war, and so they're using it to turn into weapons and such. But there's also some materials, and adamantine is actually in this work as well from these ingots, and it does seem that their crates and the sort of things that they're coming from is marked with Orcish. So that could suggest that they have their own mine, and they actually have a mine of adamantine they're able to harvest. So you're able to run into them, Lucar. Just because of in terms of the narrative, your character was in the Great Chief's hut, so you have seen this character, maybe not spoken to them, but you have seen them in the war room in the Great Chief's hut before. And so as they're walking kind of with the parchment, as they're kind of reading through it, they're looking up in the direction of you as you approach. They stop and they look towards you, and all they do is just put out the hand, turns to hold for a shake, gauntlet, hand to gauntlet in terms of the actual handshake. Good morning.
Morning. I have questions. If you would be so inclined.
Of course, speak your piece.
Some time ago, I was instructed to seek out the Belknap. I do not know why, but my vow of vengeance brought me here, to this world. I'm not from here. Seems my world was destroyed or devoured, and the souls of all of my destroyed clan reside within me as the source of my paladin divine power, I suppose. And I don't know what I'm seeking from the Belknock, but I believe it's, a conversation with Horan, who I understand you seek to free and to help.
I do.
I think in that, then our goals would be aligned.
They would be. If you are to seek the Belknock, then you would speak to Horan. The Belknock are the only ones who know of the path of fire reaches to the top of the mountain, Mount Chris. That is where the lair of the Great Protector resides. There is several trials that one needs to pass in order to reach the lair. The Belknock are the only ones with the secrets to go through those trials.
They will not share those secrets lightly.
No, I do not know those secrets either. Only the elders do. The elders who have lived long to pass them. From Horan to themselves. Those who have walked the journey numerous times and have witnessed them firsthand. I left the Belknock when I was very young. I do not know who or what still resides within the village of Nesquil, but that is the place to start. That was where I was born. I was raised, like many youth, in a collective. Do not have parents. It is a brood of sorts. And, well, some were handpicked upon birth, destined to do various services within the Belknock. Some of them as shamans, others as elders, some as protectors, fighters. Everyone had a purpose, a place to be, and I did not fit into that. I seemed to be destined for other things, and somehow I find myself returning back to them. Maybe that was my place. To return with otherworldly knowledge, knowledge of the outside worlds, and return back and to aid them. The Belknock are a small people. There is not many of them. If you are to go to Nesquil and search for those secrets, to speak with their elders, you will first need to prove yourself. What better way than to spare the son, the child, of Horan? I am sure that once this adventure is over, and we move to Nesquil, that the elders will speak to us and tell us the secrets, pass through the trials to reach the dragon's lair.
Path seems fairly clear. With Damodar's influence over Horan, should we expect some similar influence over the clan?
Don't know the answer to that question, but I can speak with insight. Horan's lair, Mount Chris. It is imbued with ancestors of gold dragon's blood. It is very powerful in its own outright, even without the dragon present. If there was any protection, any sort of wards, resistances to the pull of the Master of Dragons, it would be within the lair. The Belknock serve Horan, but they have the wisdom and the histories of the Age of Draconia. They understand. They know what it is like to fight against evil. They would not serve Moran if they were turned to evil. It is not necessarily the dragon that they serve. It is the title, the Great Protector. That is what they serve. They serve Valar.
I understand that. The interesting part about all of this for me is that my clan was the one that resided in Mount Chris in my world. It sounds like the topography is the same, but everything else is different. There was a dragon lair on my mountain as well, our protector, though she disappeared maybe 10 years before everything happened. No idea why. Lots of mysteries.
Traveling the world and seeing other things, I would agree with you. The world is indeed a mystery. But one thing is for certain. You were put on the path. You must walk it. No matter where it leads, you must find what is at the end. Only then may you redeem what has happened to your people.
I believe there will be much blood along the way.
That is what it takes. Then so be it.
I think we have a plan.
I cannot make promises to you. For when this adventure is over, Dragon Pike may need me. But I will do my best to honor you and travel with you to Nisquil. Speak with you to the elders together. Our voices will carry great weight. And our actions... Go ahead.
That will be much appreciated. Stronger together and all that.
It was, and has always been told, the strength of the law comes from its allies and its friendship.
I find that very interesting. My clan was quite the opposite, very insular. Only every 5 or 10 years or so, we'd send a small party out to get information about the world, but other than that, outsiders were not allowed, and funnily enough, I wanted nothing more than to leave and go out in the world on my own. Then when I was forced to, all I want now is to go back.
Then you are just like me. We were born at the same time, the same place. Perhaps we would have been brothers.
Perhaps so. Pull out my pipe.
Where will the day take you today?
I do not know. I also don't quite know when we march.
We will meet in 4 days to discuss and finalize the plan. In 10, The ship will be in position. I don't have much to do today. Why don't you walk with me?
Sounds good.
Is the star pockets docket, puts it into their pocket, and simply begins to walk with you throughout the village, discussing and conversing, small talk.
Nothing, conversing, smoking.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Taking you to the ayahuasca tent.
The ayahuasca. Oh.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question for you then, Thanos. When are you ping in terms of like are you pinging like the entire time? Like you're just constantly like a homing beacon? Beep. Like a
Yeah.
radar?
I mean, if there's nothing going on and like they don't need my help with the travel or anything, and I'm just there with the party, then yeah, I would pretty much just be. As soon as we set out, I would start doing it just in case maybe one of the other chiefs has it. Because I have noticed that it's been prominent figures. So like it could be it could be people in the orcs. It could be in the dwarven city. It could even maybe we're supposed to go to one of the Invots or
Yeah.
the word for the
That thing.
The fucking
That
place. That
that
place,
thing.
yeah.
That place. Okay. So as you're going to seek out Ukar here, is what you're going to do to try to find if you can find a war party to tag along with down from the mountains. And so in order to do that, you got to find Ukar. Ukar is actually the fighting pit right now. There's actually a number of orcs gathered on the steps of that terrace because there is a large light of blue that is like glowing from the sand, and a pillar of this like light is kind of coming down and like washes and waves. This is extending, which is also going to catch the eye of some of the party. And so anybody really can come to this if they wish to, in terms of you all. But Lucar, I'm assuming, in terms of a star, right? You sought out Vistar. Vistar is not coming to aid or like any of that. They're seeing this as well on your walk. Like you're just like walking and you can see that coming down, and no one in the village as well is being frightful of it or fearful of what's happening. So you can always ask Lucar of Vistar what that is if you're curious. But Thanos, I'm assuming that you're kind of going in that direction, as a lot of orcs and people are gathered around there.
Would Urpip be there?
That's what I'm getting at here is Ferris, you have the information to know that Urpip was supposed to teleport the people of the Grey Bear that would be the VIPs, and that could very well be what's happening.
Okay, because I was gonna ask Urpip for a favor, so I'll probably head that way.
Marius, are you heading to that, or who else? I guess in general is
Oh,
going
I'm
to that.
going to the Warsmith.
Okay, so you're going to Tulak. Okay. So just Thanos and Varys. Okay.
I need gear.
So they're doing garbage and stuff outside today, so it's super loud. Supposed to come yesterday, but because of the Christmas. All right, so you should both be pulled to sample the stream view to scene. There's a large conjuration circle that is enveloped into the sand, suggesting this might actually be a teleportation circle that is igniting as it's extending outwards, in addition to a small portal at the center point, which people are kind of stepping out of from that space as they're kind of coming in here. There is a number of characters that are presented here. Many of them are totem warrior, where they have like druidic runes tattooed and blue Gaelic like style upon their skin. They have leathers and hides tattering about on their body, which isn't really armor, it's more just symbolic pieces. Many of them are wolf. They don't really wear anything bear related, so they have no bear hides, nothing like that. It's really just like wolf and mammoth and other sorts of creatures. That it does seem very sort of like symbiotic with the orc style. They just don't have a lot of like armor on them. They have battle axes, great axes, spears. They have short bows, recurve bows. They have arrows and quivers. They have backpacks, that sort of thing. A number of them, in fact, all of them, I should say, are pretty much like charcoal. They have like soot, like just covering their bodies. So they're just like unbathed, and so all of the hair is like matted down from ash. And so they're like coming out of it. And from the portal even, there's like ash that's just like coming out of the portal. There is the war chief Grovak that comes out as well. Urpip is the last one to come out. And then there is a tall human. And the human is about 7'6" in terms of their height. They are bare-chested in Gaelic runes. They have a loincloth adorning across their waist that falls down slightly to the knees like a kilt of leather of wolf and fur. They have just absolutely massive mane of hair that just goes all the way down to the center point of their chest, the middle of their back. Great beard, blue eyes that are almost feline animal-like, that are yellow in terms of their tinge. And their chest is very broad and beefy. They have a great axe made of steel and bone that they hold as they come outwards. And they as well have a quiver on the side and a bow upon the back. They're breathing heavily. I need both of you to make perception checks.
Our branch is having an executive. It's also not even.
When your mic is loud, so we're hearing people from your mic. Natural 20. Nice job, Varys. So, Varys, when you're looking at this, you can see that there is a wooden amulet with these polished marbled beads that are run around in terms of the necklace. And then at the bottom of that, there is a very interesting silver gemstone placed into it in the shape of a tooth.
I think when I see that, I'm gonna slap Thanos on the back and say, "Well, here we go."
What are you talking about? I'm assuming Thanos didn't see it, and he's just more focused on the soot.
You did not see it because it's covered in soot. Everything, remember, I said they're all covered, so it's really hard to tell. You have to get a really crazy perception to see it. He sees Urpip is whirling the hands and closing the conjuration of the portal. It kind of begins to subside, and the sand that was aloft by the energy, which is lit with blue flecks, which gives the conjuration circle, this teleportation circle, its energy is now beginning to come and just like slowly dissipates away. Then Urpip looks towards the war chief, and the war chief comes to the side of Ukar. Urpip looks to the rest of them, and Urpip just kind of also knows that Urpip's hostile. Sorry, should be a neutral token. And then Urpip kind of, as they close it out, they begin to pull out a small book from a nearby satchel. They're kind of flipping through the pages. They take out a pen, dotting the tip of their tongue. They begin to write notes down. And they look up towards the sky, which has a rollingness to the thunder and the light rain that's coming down.
I think I'm gonna whisper to Thanos as like while all this commotion's going on, like, it was this guy who had the stone, right? The like matted hair human. Yep. I'm gonna say, do you see the human man, the ginormous one? He's got the last piece of stone, and I'm gonna just fold my arms again and chuckle after that.
So I don't get to go to the City of Stone and leave you guys for 10 days, is what you're telling me. That's a shame.
know you're going to have to work your best charms on convincing him to give it to you.
I am quite persuasive now.
You see as the actual rune begins to light again, the portal begins to open. Urpip looks towards it, and some of them begin to take a step back as it's energized. Urpip seems to be confused at the present moment.
Say at the ready, Opip doesn't ready for this and kind of just spread out a little bit.
As the crowd hushes to murmurs, and you can see that the aura of this begins to slowly change. Sound that emanates from it. Everyone's brought into a little bit of suspense.
I will unequip the wrist gauntlet, like take off some of the stuff, and I will pull the Gem of Seeing and activate it, just to make sure there's not things coming through while everyone's like trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Sure.
Oh my god, don't tell me that's Brugha.
And you can see Brugha teleporting in from the circle. Then you see another teleport in from the circle.
The hell is that?
And the circle is energized. Brugha looks towards Earpip. Oh, look who it is. It is Earpip. How are you doing, Earpip? Sees Earpip folds the arms and just stares down at Brugha. Earpip is doing just fine. Thank you very much. I'm not here for you, Earpip. I'm not going to take you home. No, Brugha. Brugha just needed to use your teleportation circle.
I want to do something funny, and I'm gonna walk up and be like, if it isn't my two favorite goblins. Hello, Brugha?
Two favorite goblins? Brugha is your only favorite goblin.
Very fair. You've taught me all I know.
See as Earpip folds the arms. Earpip thinks you have maybe some things you need to discuss.
Yes, Brugha, who did you bring with you?
Ah, this is not for you. This Brugha has brought is
For Maldo.
Maldo.
Oh! Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Vers Willow. I don't know if you know who I am or not, because you've been kind of traveling with Maldor.
I have. I have seen you, but I have not met you. It is nice. See as they hold their hand out towards you for a shake.
Shake their hand.
It is nice to be here.
I can lead you to Maldor if you would like. You and Brugha can follow me.
Brugha is not staying. Brugha had special delivery. It was express shipment. And Brugha wanted to... But kicks the sand a little bit. See how one of their clones were doing? Looks towards her pit. Still using others' teleportation circles, Brugha? Brugha just makes use of magic where Brugha finds it. See as Brugha grabs on to a cylinder, twists it. Brugha has no use for it to get back. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Brugha. It was good to see you.
I teleport away. Earpip locks eyes with Uverse, arms still folded.
Does she do that often?
Shakes the head, kicks the sand. And they walk away.
You didn't defend that man as your favorite goblin. You just upset him.
I mean, if it happens, it happens.
Ukar has just been
I-
staring this entire time, listening. Watching.
This is Aquina, right? That's her name.
No,
So-
Quina's the prime elemental.
No, yeah. What was the name, Maldor?
Linnea.
Linnea. Okay. I don't actually think I know that yet. So. I'm sorry.
Linnea.
What was your name?
Linnea is the name that I was given.
Well, I'm going to head to Maldor in a little bit, if you don't mind waiting for a couple minutes.
As soon as they look towards you. I have waited a long time. I'm sure a few more seconds and minutes will not spoil the moment.
I'll try to make it quick, I promise. And I'll go to join Thanos to see how this goes.
So Linnea, by the way, in terms of armament, I'll let you, Adam, if you want to describe their character, but they do have a spear, they have a mithril shield, they have an adamantine breastplate of durable 1, ring of protection 1, and a spell focus of brilliance 1. So they are decked out from Fate Haven, most likely, in terms of items. So they're arriving to the battlefield like a Valkyrie, almost in a way. So I'll let you describe in terms of their description, Adam, from what they now have on, and what that looks like. So
Pulling up the specifics. I didn't see. Does she still look like she used to? I can't see the tokens or anything.
yeah,
I don't know how she's presenting.
yeah, let's
If you had the stream open, you could see it.
I actually do have the stream open. I just wasn't looking at it. Okay, yeah. So she looks like herself. I didn't know if she came back different or anything. That. Very specific notes on this. Yeah, so she's got very distinct elven features, long flowing dark hair that shimmers with rays of moonlight. Very sort of angelic in nature.
So they are merely waiting there, kind of letting the conversation flow here between the characters. Ukar, like as I had said, was just kind of observing, listening. They didn't interrupt. They didn't say anything. Now they've turned their attention in the direction of you, Thanos, who has approached after giving a humble greeting to what is known as Halfried. They refer to him as an elder, grabbing at the hands. Halfried has been kind of allowing things to progress naturally. They're also giving a little bit of directions to the other Grey Bear that are here, telling them that they're safe and that they have been brought shelter, and that friends have now been turned, enemies have now been turned to friends. The war chief is just coming to the side of Ukar for a moment, then telling them that things were not. It's the word language to use here. Things were in more dire straits than they anticipated. As if things happened that were not expected. Ukar now embraces Alfred again after listening. Thanos, you approach. Ukar. I, Elder Alfred, have taken as chief of the Grey Bear. Ulvik perished. They had died in the wake of the dragons. We have lost many of our people, as your war chief has told you. The gentle wood is burning. The animals run terrified. The herds slaughtered. And our shrines, our most sacred places, grottos, demolished. We were saving as many as we could when your war chief and the Red Stalkers and your wizard showed. They have saved us. We have like mind to Clan Gilgal. We will work with you. We will fight with you against them. What forces we have left, of what tribe we have, we devote to you, great chief. You see as they lower their head down to them, but always match the eyes the entire time. Ukar does something similar. Chief Halfred, I am saddened to hear of the death of Holvik. They I have met in battle, fought against them twice. They matched the power that I have, steel, metal, and battle. They would have made a strong ally fight against Clan Gilgal. But I am saddened to hear that they had died in such a way. But long may they rest with the spirit of the bear. Who is this? Halford turns to you, Thanos, standing easily half a body over you, 7'6".
I will give a gentle bow. I am Thanos, friends of Ukar here. I was actually coming to ask a favor, however, it seems that favor is now mine to ask of you, and I know that the timing could not be worse, but... And I'm gonna look at his necklace, seeing as how he's now allied with Ukar. I have no reason to hide anything. In this fight against Clan Gilgal, we have plans to, me and my allies, to deal with Beldzar. As such, we have been collecting gemstones, and I was coming to ask for a war party to go to the city, as we believe that was where the last one was. However, it seems it may very well be on your neck, and I'm just going to look up and match his eyes.
This is the sacred totem of the Grey Bear tribe. You move against the dragon. Just kill it!
You cannot simply kill it. It is shrouded and protected, as I'm sure you've heard. The gemstone drops that power and removes
Beldzar has hunted my people. We have perished to that dragon. What are you telling me?
That without the stone in your totem, there's no way to contain or deal with Beltzar or even kill them if it comes to that.
That I will be with you when you slay that dragon. And with this sacred totem you will use to kill them.
Well, about that, as I'm sure you all seem like druidic people of nature, Belzar is being forced to do all of this. He does not want to hunt your people or kill.
The Great Bear tribe know that if an animal is too wounded to be healed, it is best to put it to rest. We even teach this to our young. You should know better. The dragon has laid claim over this land, my wood. They have killed thousands of dwarfs. We are two elders. They met with Belzar, tried as they would use their natural magics, gifted to them by the spirits of the bear and of the eagle. In their sacred shrine, they pulled this magic. It is where Belzar told them of their genocide. As the two moons, the twins, shed light through the clouds, Belzar turned and awake, and killed them both.
And that was by order of the Master of Dragons, the one who controls the very dragon that burned your entire home to the ground just now. There's much magic at play beyond that of nature.
The Great Bear tribe is not naive. We see many and much. Our shamans, through the spirits, keep us protected in the gentle wood. We have fought even the likes of the Tinkerer as they push their way in. We push them back. We've been fighting the dwarfs for months. There were two dragons, one of which we have heard. The whispers of the wind, the ripples, the water, is not commanded.
Yes, that one has an interesting story to be told.
So the battle between them, it is as much consequence to them both, not one. And my people are dead for it.
Both dragons need to be dealt with. However, as is evident by their fight, no number of people are going to be able to do that. It's going to take something stronger. Something like a dragon that has been forced to do things it does not wish to have done.
You wish to turn Belzar as an ally, and you expect their mind, so fragile with the atrocities that they have committed, to easily turn and become a beacon of power.
I do not expect it to be easy. I do not even expect it to be... I expect it to actually be harder than simply putting it out of its misery. But in the fight against the dragons, I believe it is our best bet.
A bird that has their wing crippled takes time to heal. There is many moons before they are able to fly.
And as such, I have a place for it to be sent to allow it that time and freedom.
Ukar, your ally, seems to have so many answers. Yet they speak trivial. Looks the eyes to you and back. They have proved strong. You don't know this plan with Belzar to save them, to heal them. But I believe you can trust them. Alfred, you have just arrived. Come with me to my hut. We will clean you, feed you. You may rest with your people. I must have words with my wizard and my war chief. Then I will return, and we will speak. Stares at you, Thanos.
I give a nod and a bow.
You see as Alfred begins to walk up the steps, Nukar turns and looks towards you. You have much to learn about friendships and alliances. Alfred has just lost their people to dragons, and now you speak right in front of them about saving, sparing. In time, friend. Taps you on the shoulder and begins to walk away. The War Chief moves off as well.
I'm gonna call Thanos over. Hey, Thanos, you have someone that you should meet. This is someone dear to Maldor. Brugga brought them over.
Hello. I am Linnea. I'm sure that I have been spoken of. It's nice to meet you.
I don't think I've heard that name since Hyra. Maybe he mentioned her in Felgum. But yes, it is nice to meet you.
My ears
Suppose we should
listened to your story. You should be careful. Shall
I'm
we go?
always careful. Yes.
Yes, follow us. Bring you to Maldor. Gonna head to the cottage.
I didn't see anything with the true sight gem, right?
No, nothing. So out of character, Thanos. What? Just a little bit of explanation in terms of like what Ukar was saying. Just to speak is that you literally approached a dude that just lost the majority of their people and their chief to a battle of dragons they could not do anything about, and you speak to them about saving the life of a dragon who has equally caused that much destruction.
Yeah, that was like the
Yeah,
Warriors
it-
blowing a
it-
3-1
it-
lead, dude.
look,
You had
man.
to heat up. You just had to say vengeance dragon. Let's kill it.
Yeah, no, I don't lie. Thanos doesn't lie to people. He
If
just
Half-
manipulates the truth.
To speak plainly, Halfred was not as tired and as weak as they were from what has happened. They very well probably put the axe to your head.
Yeah, that's fine. It wouldn't be the first time. We could have had that fight.
Yeah,
But,
I
yeah,
don't know.
no,
If you,
I-
I don't know if you
we
wanted.
could have that
I don't-
fight.
I don't know
fuck
if
is
you
we?
want. I don't know if you wanted that fight. Don't know if
that's
you
how
wanted
you're
that
gonna
one.
get the last stone, right? You're gonna have to,
Yeah.
fight him for it in the pit.
All right, so
Just go back.
they're and kind of moving through. So some of the things that we're speaking of is that the people worship spirits. So if we talk about religion like pantheons, the spirits would be avatars. So they worship like avatars, most likely of a singular deity. And those kind of put down into spirits that they worship. They mentioned the bear, they mentioned the eagle, might be a couple others that they have. They built shrines for them in sacred grottos within the Gentlewood. And those might be similar to a druid's grove, where there is a source of power that you use from the spirit to invoke natural magic. And they actually had 2 elders, which were shaman-type characters that actually attempted to help Belzar during this. And this mainly, it could be even possible, but it was like just after the attack on the Dwarven cities many months ago at this point. And they turned on them. And so the relation between the Grey Bear tribe and Belzar is not great right now. And your motivation, saying that you're going to save them and everything, you're going to have to come up with a hell of a plan to be able to convince this guy to give you that sacred totem of their people. to save the very dragon that they want to kill.
Yeah, I'll just steal it from him at some point. It's fine.
Oh my god.
That doesn't work.
I don't lie, but I'm a thief.
Burn the bridges. Burn the bridges. No allies. It's the fight to come. Yeah, no allies. Kill them all, baby. Okay. So I'm a bit. I need to get a drink and stuff. I still got my headache thing. I'm trying to drink coffee and everything like that, and use the restroom as well. So we're kind of at a period where we might be able to take an early break. I'm gonna probably say yes to that before we go into the next step. So we'll take a 10-minute break here. We'll come back at the top of the hour, so 1 p.m. PST. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it, and we will be right back. So see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Thanks so much for joining us. Get going again with our last second half of the session. So we are now heading back from the hiding pit area in the direction of the pocket cottage. In terms of everybody, we have Lucar and Vistar. You're out on a walk about the village. Marius, you are heading to the Warsmith, and then the rest of you, right, basically are going to be the Pocket Cottage area, unless you wish to speak otherwise to that. So, Marius, you are going to come to you. So,
Okay.
we'll go ahead and scene actors and have a map for the Warsmith's hut. So, there. Let me get your beautiful artwork on here. Look at that.
You're so scary.
So scary.
That's too long.
Bing, bing, bing.
My dog just leaped up, put his paws on the desk, looked at your portrait, and started growling.
Yeah, I'm sure it was my portrait. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh my god, this is funky.
This man have a bard playing in his smith at all time to
Yeah, dude.
hype up the. I mean, that's actually the 200 IQ. Yeah.
It's like when you work
So-
and you're not talking to people, like listen to music.
The Warsmith is a pavilion of tents. So the first you have a long horizontal one, and then you have like attached tents. And the attached tents that kind of are there. They sit as coverings over some of the kilns that are now kind of around, and the actual smelters. Because in the Warsmith, it's not just smithing, but actually foundry. So you actually have smelters. They're actually pouring ingots of the ore, so they're like refining them and things. And so there are hefty pieces to drag logs in, to cut them down, to force them into the kilns, and then to heat the smelters and heat the furnaces. So the smaller tents will be where the smelters are, divided up on the ore that they're pocketing with wheelbarrows and carts, pulled by horses, wargs, direwolves, or mammoths, and those are kind of being pulled. So it's a large operation. There's a lot of people here, and it's a very dense part of the village as they're moving things into these red rock smelters and furnaces with metallic kind of sheeting and coverings for the openings of those. At the center point of the main pavilion is where the large forge that they have built of red rock, and it has a number of openings into it and flutes that can be billowed with the air up underneath it to kind of come into the fire underneath, and then you can put your things in at multiple different spots. The anvils move around there, and then they have tables and such pitched, either made of kind of this ashen auburn wood with the orange hue, or they have pieces of stonework that they have just had covered over the tent, and they said this is a good area, so this is where we're going to put it because we can put our weapons here when we're actually designing and working through things and such. The tent itself has chain work in throughout it, and the chains are dangling down a number of instruments and tools that are used of a variety. The tent has rolled up flaps pretty much all the way through the central pavilion and the outer areas, and it only has some coverings every so often. And so you simply just walk in there, and there's orcs pushing through, and there's other goblinoids pushing through, and they're just simply grabbing weapons and armor as they're made. So as soon as, one smith here, as they're working, maybe they're just solely making blades for axes. One person's making hilt for axes as they twin them down from wood, as they're spinning them on a tumbler kind of die-like mechanism as they're chiseling it down, right? And then they put it in, they immediately hand the weapon off. So it's an assembly line process. Everyone's doing something. And Tulak is just simply walking around. You! There! Hammer 3 times, not twice! And he's just kind of giving directions and orders. Idiot! You do realize you need a number 6 die for this. Kind of like blasphemy, right? Why are you doing this, right? Kind of thing. This is not how you smith, right? That sort of thing.
I like it.
So, Marius, you walk in, you go right up to Tulak. Tulak turns around, looks towards you. Marius. Well met. I haven't seen
Well
you
met.
in my tent before.
Impressive operation you've got here.
Not as impressive as a could be.
I like this guy. All right, I'll keep it quick. I need a better shield. I'm gonna
Let me see
present
what you
my little
have.
Yeah, I'm gonna present this little shitty shield I have.
Takes it, cracks it over the knee. Absolute shit.
I'll go ahead and remove that.
I've won
Inventory.
something nice for you, Marius. Claimed it. Victory of war. We refined it down. It was going to serve for a chief, some war chief, but we'll perhaps give it to you.
Ooh. Much appreciated.
You see his.
I'll go ahead and delete that from my inventory.
Yeah. Yeah. I just instantly remove that. Alright, so
Yeah, that shield's fucking gone.
Let me see it.
That shit was tight though. I was like, that's a way to get rid of a shield.
Absolute piece of shit.
Absolutely. shit.
How weak does your shield have to be that he could break it over his knee, though, man? Like, imagine if Maldor hit that shit.
To grab a dark steel shield, holding it too. Perfect for you. Matches your helmet. Your style of darkness. Was some shield worn by a commander of dwarfs. Gad Gilgal. Here,
Ooh.
take it.
Alright, I'll take it.
Anything else for me?
Nope. Do I know out of character, like, do I shake his hand or do the little hand over heart thing? I don't know, or custom. Like,
Tulak always encourages respect, either by a strong grip or by a salute if you don't think your strength's enough.
let's do the grip. We're gonna.
All right, go ahead and make a strength check.
All right.
Man's about to cripple your hand.
Maybe.
Hey, look
Hey.
at that.
You grab it firm and strong. Tulak matches. Grins and looks towards you with fiery eyes.
Hell yeah. I don't want to go. I'm not going with you guys. Sorry, this is a one-off thing. I'm chilling with the orcs. I'm done after this session. I'm hanging out with the orcs. These guys are
You
awesome.
see as they let go of your grip and turn around.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Circular hammer, not square!
I'll leave you to it. And I'll leave.
Grunts at you and walk away.
Fuck yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Great exchange of information, man.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Here's my shield.
I do
Here's a new one.
I do enjoy a simple character.
Yeah, that was great. I love it.
Do enjoy simple characters, simple interactions. Those are nice. Okay. Pocket cottage time.
The demon house.
The demon house.
Dude, I've seen some horrifying shit in my years, but that house looking at me and smiling like that, nah.
Oh, that's okay. Again, wait till you find out where the food comes from.
Herbert is a valued member of the Ill-Fated, okay?
That's
He's
fine.
the
No.
most valuable.
Doesn't mean it's
member
not
of
No.
the
scary.
Ill-Fated.
He is a tool, okay? He is meant to be used.
Jesus Christ.
He's meant to be.
Listen,
Holy
Thanos,
shit.
what you in that house do in your private time is what you do in the private time.
God damn, not that type of tool.
I mean, technically, it could be whatever you want it to be, based on previous experience. So.
So yeah, y'all keep it up, and it's about to be a one-bedroom house.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be Herbert the Pocket Condo.
You and Herbert can have some privacy.
Y'all enjoy that tiny hut.
You see as you walk into the pocket cottage, Nail, the spear and the shield stares directly at you. Lock eyes. Step
Aldo,
forward,
we
dropping the
brought you a
spear and
friend.
the shield to the ground. And they wrap you up in a warm embrace.
Aw.
I take it Brugger was successful.
Ruger was successful. Presses your cheek, holds it into the hand. I am Me. My appearance is disguised. Could not replicate my body. But I am still yours, and will always will be. My spirit and soul is still very much celestial, and I have some of my powers, my gifts from the divine that I was born. I am here for you to use me in any which way you see fit.
Phrasing.
I know she meant what she said.
Then our chains are broken. You free.
I am free. There is nowhere that Helm can get to me. When I am with you, I am protected, and together we are strong.
We have escaped the bonds of our collective fates. Welcome to the ill-fated.
Thank you. I listened. There is plans in motion. It does not seem that we are to move against Helm just yet.
No, there are more pressing matters. If we are to protect this realm from the influence of all who would see it destroyed or rebuilt in their image, we must first deal with this Master of Dragons. And then the Old One, most likely. For he would simply devour it. Helm's time will come. Perhaps even he will see the reason of simply letting us be.
Let us hope it does not come to blows with the gods. But if it is to be, then I will be there with you. You have grown accustomed to the mortal realm, and we shall protect it. Your love is my love.
I am honored. You, perhaps for the first time in your existence, are completely possessed of your own free will, though. You don't have to follow this path if you do not choose.
I was born, and everything I have known is you. But it is not the bonds of my service that keep me to your side. No. It is my love for you that keeps me here.
Let's find our way along this path together.
Oh my god. I like how it moved my screen because I wrote it.
Shifts.
It's just like shifts. Then let us start walking that path now.
Indeed. We'll have to see to your equipment. We've got rather skilled craftsmen among us. Make sure you're outfitted properly.
Of course. I picked up some things before I left Fatehaven. I wanted to come see you as quickly as possible. I could not wait.
I'm glad that you did.
I've met a couple of your friends. Please, introduce me to the other.
Of course.
Tegan, you're the only one who's here right now, just FYI.
Huh?
You're the only one that's here, so they're referencing you.
Oh, everybody else is not actually
Yeah,
here?
Lucar and Marius are not actually here, so it's just Tegan that has not been introduced yet.
Oh, right, because yeah, she was with the other two. That's right.
Yeah.
While this whole interaction is happening, I just didn't want to interrupt because it was so, you know. I would have leaned over to Thanos and be like, "Who the fuck is the chick, and why is she giving Maldor fuck me eyes?"
Oh, so do you remember the spirit that lived in his head and visited him in his dreams or whatever he talked about in High Rock? Yeah, that's her.
I guess.
That's his Jiminy Cricket.
Oh my god.
She's a cricket?
Dude.
He's a
Sorry.
cricket.
It was a play I saw on Alathan. It's his better half. He apparently has 3 halves. Actually, now that I think about it, with the whole spirit thing, it's a lot. Anyway, you should just go say hi.
I don't think the math works on that one.
Tegan, this is Linnea, my everything, I suppose. My guide, my companion, my moral compass, my North Star, if there were such a thing in the Astral Sea.
Well, if you're the thing that's keeping him hitting things that aren't us, then pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure
My
to
name's
meet
Tegan.
you, Tegan. I have heard some things about you. All good.
I'm glad. Maldor, the few times he's spoken of you, just because of his own seclusion, have been in a very great light. So it's a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to getting to know you.
You as well. You're fated. There are others, aren't they? There is one more. Dragonborn by Lucar.
Yes, where did he get off to? I think he went to talk to. Oh, that's right.
I went to talk to another Dragonborn. He probably won't be back for a while. I'm sure they have a lot to talk about.
Also, there's a paladin helm in this camp. We have spoken. We are on good terms, but just so you're not surprised.
Thank you for warning me. It would not surprise me if there are more that we will cross on our path. Not all follow true to the ways of Helm. There are those who have taken vows and oaths, and they will follow those before they will follow the guidance of the gods.
Indeed.
Well, we have some time. What were you all intending to do today?
Thanos, weren't you supposed to be on a scouting mission or something?
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that right now. Fine.
We found the last silver stone.
Well, that was fast.
Oh,
They
well,
kind
that
of
was
teleported here. So, I mean, the Grey Bear tribe was rescued by Erpip, or what is left of the Grey Bear tribe, and it is in the sacred totem of what is left of the tribe.
how'd that go?
Well, I don't have the stone.
Well, you know Thanos, he, instead of letting the man think, rest, recuperate, he asked him for the stone immediately.
Oh.
Then when the chief wanted to kill the silver dragon, Thanos convinced him that the silver dragon, or tried to convince him that he was good. And I don't think the chief really wanted to hear that. So
So you attempted to negotiate without the person who negotiates for the party there.
I didn't realize that the stone was going to be there.
Maldor, you know what it is like to lose everything.
Indeed. Honestly, it sounds like he's handling it better than I did.
yeah,
I don't
I
know.
think-
You took it pretty in stride.
You weren't here in the early days.
Dark alter ego aside, you did okay.
There was
think
a period where I was jailed in an elven city. They thought I meant them harm. It took some convincing to have them release me.
Ka is going to speak to him and maybe convince him we are trying well here, trying to help. So I would, wait a bit to maybe all of us can revisit this man and try again.
Give him some time. That being said, there is something I meant to actually bring up to you all. I don't know if it will come into play again, but apparently the stones have some interaction with the elementals. The ones that attacked us, I could sense that the stones could interact with them, similar to the dragons, yet different. And given what is happening with the elemental plane, as it will, given that when I tried to talk to Aquina, I was taken to a being made of air, and then we were attacked by water elementals. Still not quite sure how all this works. But if elementals show up, that's, as we continue this mission, the stones may be of more use than just the dragons.
There's also more people hunting if they're showing.
You broke up quite a bit there, Peyton. I don't think I got that.
There's also more people looking for them than if the elementals are showing up.
Possibly.
Not
That
to
does.
pile on, unless you weren't finished, Thanos.
Nope, go ahead.
I attempted a scrying ritual this morning, to locate my brother. I finally had the means to do so, and there was no sign of. So, I think he is dead. I finally let that rest.
I'm sorry.
I see yours, family. I wanted to say something, so if I'm not acting like myself, that's why.
Perhaps before you jump to the worst conclusion, given how many people we've seen that kind of have the seed, so to speak, maybe reach out to your family and see if divination ever worked on him. Just to get that final piece of the puzzle.
It's a good point. I don't
There's a
know.
lot of things in this world that we still don't understand, and if this prophecy that you're destined to fulfill with leading your people, if he was involved in some sort of prophecy, we know that those carry power. And it may be a little rash to jump to the conclusion of death.
I don't know. I'm just so tired of hoping, praying that he'll be there one day when I feel like I should move on and cherish the memories I had of him rather than always hoping he's gonna come back. Anyway, on account of that, I'm going to take some time to reflect on spellcraft. Linnea, it was a pleasure to meet you, and welcome to the Ill-Fated. Varys is gonna walk into his.
And on that note, I believe I am going to call for supplies from Fate Haven and begin making some potions, both for us as well as for the Grey Bear tribe, and attempt to have more of an understanding of feelings.
How many refugees came in, did you see?
I saw what, 8 or 9 tokens? Was there anything that wasn't displayed in tokens that I would have seen? kind of walking past and the
As I explained, I said it was just those elder-ish
Those, okay.
people that they were teleporting. Yeah, Urpip cannot
got it.
teleport just like all these people like all at once, and Gentlewood is a very large place. So,
Yep.
Conversation. The war chief, right? The Red Stalkers are still there. The goblins might still be there. Boss Cobb. So they might both be helping the search effort, the efforts to get as many as they can out of the wood.
I would relay that to Tegan. So, in an effort to help, I will go make potions with what supplies we have from Fate Haven. And then I will have a surplus of potions for us as well.
Let me see.
Out of character, since we're still having the 10 days of downtime, right?
We have 10 days till the boat gets here.
Effectively, I think we're supposed to meet in 4 days and then the boat's in 10 days.
Yeah.
So.
Out of character for like downtime purposes, depending on if this is gonna like be like a solo scene or whatever, would it be possible for Tegan to help the scouting parties to help find people and bring them back during the downtime?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm kind of getting at is that if we're gonna have this is entirely up to all of you. If like we're gonna wait for the 4 days for the meeting, right? You can go out and try to help out. Urpip is still here, so you might try to reach out to Urpip to teleport you back, and begin efforts with the war chief, Boss Cobb, in helping them. You also can try to venture out and see if you can get into the City of Stone if you really want to do that yourself. You can do some crafting, right? You can go back to Fate Haven, talk to those kind of people and stuff. And so we're kind of at a point where, like, depending on what you want to do in terms of your actions, that might determine what we have, determine what we're going to do, like for content before that time. But generally speaking, if there's not anything that anybody really wishes to accomplish, that's going to take a great effort in terms of like adding items in or crafting, right? And just doing some narrative stuff. We can actually just advance the time, right? We'll just say 4 days pass by, right? So I didn't know. The reason why I didn't post into the chat if we're going to have that downtime is I didn't know if we were under the assumption of we're doing this immediately or if we have other things we have to do. So I guess
Varys is just going to do one thing during the downtime that might require that. Is he's going to look in the Tome of the Holder for Chain Lightning, and then he's going to learn it if it's there. If not, then use the downtime, get ready for the mission.
Okay.
More unlimited power.
Unlimited. It's there.
Unlucky.
Just kidding.
Very limited power.
Very limited.
So you can check it once a day, right? So
Yeah, I'll do that. Just
Roll it 4
what
times.
would that?
just
Yeah, 4
fucking keep
times.
checking until he gets it.
Keep plugging away.
Can I just check it 4 times and see if any of them hit?
Really? If that's what we're doing, is everyone solidified on that? Remember, everyone's got to be on board. So
Yeah.
Are we doing
yeah.
anything else?
I don't want him to get chain lightning, so no.
I was just saying, I'm literally just gonna make potions the whole time. So
If we were still
awesome
able
for
to
them.
advance the time, I think Tegan would go out and try to help, like the recovering, try to bring refugees back. I don't if it's able to just be like a fast track thing.
okay.
I think Varys is like kind of mourning what he thinks is his brother being dead, so he's not doing anything other than spellcraft.
Okay.
Be alone.
Playing chess with my shaman boy.
Yeah, until Alfie leaves, right? So we'll do 4 days then of downtime stuff. Not enough really to take any sort of activities, unless like spell learning, crafting, that sort of thing. So the group party sheet is updated with all of the materials on this day. So if you were to retrieve materials, that is accurate for what is in the loot section of those creature materials. More welcome to take whatever you want out and then reduce the values of those to make the crafts. Remember, crafting is 1 hour now, so you can craft for you do about eight crafts per day, right? So a total of 8 hours worth of crafting, right, before you fatigue out. So I don't think anybody's going to reach that point. That's quite a lot of crafts, 32 total if you count the 4 days.
I probably would.
Oh, well then, more the merrier.
Because as I said, I want to give a bunch of them to the Gray Bear tribe. So
Yeah, so go ahead and you can go ahead and get that done. You don't have to use the Mastercraft if you don't feel like it. You can probably just do it manually to reduce that stuff. And just be mindful of the Chaos Core equivalency of gold to reduce the gold value for those things as you go. And then as far as the artisan rank and then the magical discovery points, just update those accordingly. So with every 3 successful crafts, you get 1 discovery point, and to a maximum of 10 discovery points. I'll just say that's probably going to be a rule now from now on, because there's going to be so many of those points added on to the crafts. So keep it a maximum of 10, which I don't think anybody's ever going to use like 10 magical discoveries, but gives you a nice little set to work off.
And where
okay.
is
All right, I'm gonna roll the tome.
6 cores?
Yeah, go ahead and make some rolls. We'll see the course of the 4 days.
I'm making 32 superiors, guys, so I'm taking out 1,900 gold. Just heads up.
Go for it.
Wow, dude,
This is
no fucking
something.
way.
Book hates you.
Oh my god!
Wow.
This is interesting.
The tome
Okay,
explodes.
don't need it. It's fine.
So
All
you said superior. So that is a DC of 18 because it is rare. Can you meet that?
Yeah,
Thanos
I
passively?
should be able to, because it's wisdom. I have expertise and master, so I should. I think I can do literally just rares, my DC.
Yeah, you do just rares, but you have to roll for very rare. So
Yeah.
cool, all good.
And then 24 of those I would give to the Gray Bear tribe as they start coming in or showing up, or anyone going to the front, I would give them to them to give to people.
24.
And then, 24. And then I would keep 8 for kind of us for a later date.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything in particular? I know what you're doing, Maldor, but fade black on that
Well,
one.
specifically, I think he would spend some time, aside from that, training with Linnea, just sort of trying to get a feel for what she's actually capable of. She hasn't really had a chance to even fight in this new body, so like battle tactics, strategies, what are her strengths, what formations, that kind of stuff.
Sure. So we'll do out of character. I'll just talk about the character sheet. That gives you a kind of understanding. So they have some celestial stuff to them, so they will have magic resistance, which gives them advantage in all saving throws against spells and magical effects. They operate off of innate spell casting, which still uses a spell focus. So that allows them to get some stuff. They are a wisdom based, so a cleric type caster. And then they have spells that they innately cast, and those are based off of long rests. So they can use Commune 1 time, Crusader's Mantle 3 times, Cure Wounds 5 times, Greater Restoration once. They can always disguise self. They can always detect evil and good. They can do Guardian of Faith once, Guidance all times, Guiding Bolt 3 times, Raise Dead 1 time, Revivify 2 times, Spirit Guardians 3 times. So they have quite a bit of spells that they can use, and they have no strength really. So they're more of a dexterous fighter if they have to be up front, and then spell focus in terms of clerical spells to be kind of sending things out at a range or healing.
In terms of spell levels, because these are like once a days, is it just the default level of the spell that gets cast, or how does that work?
That's correct. So because they are an NPC sheet, and they're not going to be having any sort of class levels or anything like that. They're not going to be a leveled up character. Nothing like that. And so these are just going to be at the spell level presented for the base spell, and they can never be upcasted.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then the I would say the most default action that they could do, they do have what's referred to as Healing Touch, which is something most celestial creatures have. And that allows them to do 48 plus 2 worth of healing, and they can do that 3 times. And whoever is touched by this healing is also freed from any curse, disease, poison, blindness, or deafness.
Damn.
Nano's curse. Do I have to
Protect her
avoid
at
her
all
touch?
costs.
They have a fly speed of 60 feet, so they actually can take off
See
for
that.
flight. They have dark vision at a 60-foot range, and they have telepathy of 120 feet. They also speak all languages.
Oh, yeah.
I don't trust her.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Insane.
She has detect evil, so I'm saying if you want to like go rehab that conversation about plans
Yeah.
and zombie armies and stuff. Like,
And what's important
I'm
is
just
that
trying to do it to save lives.
Linnea has been connected to Maldor, and so a lot of memories that Maldor has, Linnea has, because they've lived from Maldor's perspective for some time in some regard. And so that was part of that comment to you, Thanos.
Yeah, that's fine. As I said, I don't trust her. She don't trust me. We're fine. We're on the same page here.
So in
Okay.
combat, Adam, you will be in control of the character. I will never control this character in combat. So it is just a summonable NPC character, and for you to use at your discretion.
Linnea, I
And
choose
she could-
you.
she could ostensibly be parked in a combat and not pulled in if we didn't like think she was necessary or didn't want to risk her, or is she like
Ye-
always there?
Yeah, so I mean, narratively, it's up to you how you want that. I'm interpreting that if they're going to be there, they're going to be on the battlefield. So if you're going to keep them away from what's happening with the Tinkerer and all of that, you kind of just say, hey, you're going to stay here with Ukar's
Have to
camp.
set that up. Yeah, okay.
You got to set it up, right? So because it's not like a they're I'm referring to them as a summonable NPC in the terms of they can be they're here onto the battlefield and presented, but they're not like a conjured
Right.
type thing where you can just pop it out whenever you want.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. Anything else for the 4 days from anybody?
Can I just do a long rest to recover 5th level spell?
Oh,
Thank you.
Prompt everybody for long rest if they wish to take it.
I just realized my goal here is a full body shot of my character portrait, just in case you ever need it.
Man, this is a beautiful song.
Okay, I'm gonna ruin it when I ask the Greybeard Chief for his amulet again.
I actually I use a lot of OST from Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 in terms of sounds, which are not necessarily a copyrighted thing that we can use. So, welcome. Sea of Sorrows. If you're watching the stream, don't arrest me. I swear. it's allowed. I swear. I looked it up.
I'm feeling like Varus is in the Sea of Sorrows right now.
Yeah. I think in total soundtracks, I think there's like over 300 for between all the video games for there, but it's all orchestrated very well, really well done. I love the music. It's fucking great. Yeah. Okay, so after the course of 4 days, there are many war parties that are sent out. There's actually war parties that return with a variety of supplies with the symbol of Clan Gilgal, which is the 3 coin pieces that are formed into that, that pyramid, top pyramid type thing. interlaid over. They have crates, barrels, ales, you drink, food, you drink, that sort of thing, right? That they're rummaging and pillaging. When they come back, they might have casualties. Those are carried on stretchers, which are dragged by either mammoths or wargs or wolves, which are then taken to healers, which are tended to. Some of those healers now being some of the druids from the Grey Bear tribe that have been spared and saved, which are tending to them and healing them. You, Tegan, go with Erpip, in addition to the war chief, after Ukar tells the war chief to align themselves with Boss Cobb and the goblins still there at the tower camp at the edge of the cliffside of the mighty river, and continue to push into the Gentle Wood and save as many as you possibly can. Try not to teleport them out, just get them out of the woods and then begin to move them into the mountain. And so that's still in the process of happening. 4 days is actually not enough time for them to come back. And so at some point after the 4 days, Erpip will teleport you, Tegan, back because you are to have this meeting with Ukar finalizing the plan. And so your aid rendered is no longer. Tegan, you see pure destruction. It is absolutely devastating. It is a forest with upwards of 200 plus foot trees, evergreens. There are rocky formation streams of grottos that are formed in it. It's a beautiful forest, at least it would have been, if not for the battle between these two dragons, which has toppled trees and has melted wood down to carbon. It has created an atmosphere very similar to a volcanic eruption with ash billowing through. It's difficult to breathe. And you are pulling pieces of charred, scarred wood off of the bodies of humans that comprised of the Grey Bear tribe. There's also animals of herds that are running through, scared and frightened, and now showcasing to you that the Grey Bear tribe, those that have come back to help, so some of the people who were just teleported, healed, recovered themselves, and then went with Erpip. The druids, as well as the barbarians, are primarily totem barbs or circle of the land druids. And they have specific abilities which are homebrewed that allow them to connect to the animals of this wood. And so as the herd's running scared, you will see a barbarian run outwards, and their hand begins to glow green, and their eyes turn, and they begin to speak in the voice of whatever spirit, generally spirit, bear, eagle. They have particular names, so like bear would be Ursa, but I'm not going to get into that. And they'll actually use them as like power words to dominate and control the beast. And they'll drive the herds to a safer direction, to safety, away from fires, as they're terrified and frightened. So, as with these orcs, particularly Whitebreakers who use direwolves and bond to the wolves, these humans also do something similar in the way that they use magic to control and to work with them at the betterment of the forest. That is interesting to you, Tegan, of how the orcs and the Grey Bear tribe, they have actually fought in contests. They're actually technically enemies for a number of years. And it really comes down to the fact that the orcs have used the Gentle Wood to harvest it and to use it. And the Grey Bear tribe does not. They believe the trees are sacred. They believe the forest is sacred. No plant or animal can be harmed here. And so they actually sustain themselves not by eating normally, by nourishing themselves from their shrines. So it's very complicated. It's not that they won't break out food or eat it from other sources outside of the wood, but they believe the wood is what empowers their magic, which gives them sustenance, which they don't need to consume it. And all of that is destroyed.
So we're talking about a people that are going to be forced to either conform to ways that are against their ways, or essentially die of starvation.
They'll eat like I said, they'll eat stuff outside of the wood, right? So they commonly will fish in the mighty river, and that's one of the sources of their diet. They also they actually grow stuff, so they'll grow plants, and they'll cultivate the land inside of the forest, and they'll consume that. But they don't consume what naturally grows that is unhindered. Basically, like if a plant grows wild, they won't consume a wild plant. But if they grow it themselves, they will consume it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're willing to eat. They're eating the great chiefs of the course of the 4 days. I mean, they consume food, but those that are not able to sustain themselves, let's say they don't have food to eat or to grow, they actually will use the shrines to empower themselves so they don't have to eat.
Definitely interesting.
Yeah. So their way of not just they themselves, the Reaper tribe, like many of them are dead, but actually their way of life is gone. Their most sacred and holiest places have been destroyed. Okay, so that's hard. That's hard, right? It's really tough. When I talk about Ismar in terms of a region, I definitely people get like really. It is hard for people to deal with some of the narration, some of the story, because not only you're dealing with like genocide of dwarfs, but also the ways of life of native people, being destroyed and crumpled. And this is something they couldn't even stop. Like they're just powerless completely against it. So you did what you can, and that is enough. Anything is enough. Anything of what the party is doing is enough. And Ukar is not an enemy that is going to destroy their enemy. They're an enemy that will welcome their enemy as a friend and will work with them for the betterment of their people. And it's like one chief to another chief in a way, right? They don't want to see their people die. They understand what it's like to see someone else's people die, right? Because they themselves don't want it. Now, Twin Fork. The Boss Cobb and the Goblins are also going to help heading out into there. There is a couple refugees that they get from Twin Fork, just regular village folk, town folk. Twin Fork is a village that is comprised of orcs and humans that are willing to work together to kind of grow different sorts of crops of farms, as well as trade and negotiate with the road as it moves away from the Thrallmock Bridge. And so there are survivors, but Twin Fork is destroyed. So the stories you will hear, Tegan, is that Twin Fork was almost the site of the landing between these two dragons as they pulled themselves from the mighty river. And they will tell a story to you, Tegan, that you're willing to share to your party. They will tell you a story that Erithune was blasted through the left shoulder by the lightning of Tresgal, splintering their scales and removing a chunk of their flesh from their body. As Tresgal began to pull themselves on top of Erithune and breathe a final breath after hours and hours long of battle between these two dragons, there was a human that showed up. Someone that erupted from a cloud of black ash and purple and pink lightning scattered around. And as they emerged, a sphere of energy enveloped them, and they used it as a force to blow off even Tresgal from the top of Erithune's body. And at that point, Tresgal spoke the word of Damodar outwards towards the humanoid, who floated themselves in cackling lightning towards Tresgal, fighting them back. Tresgal then retreated, flying themselves to the south, aimed at the Crystal Desert over the Lavastir Mountains. Erithune laid there for a day as Damodar tended to the wounds. And on the third day of your 4 days, they flew themselves away, headed west and south.
Okay then.
So that is what they will. That's what they will tell you after your help. They will give you that information to work off of.
That is
Wait.
concerning.
It's very confusing that Tresgal would even be able to damage him to a point where it would incapacitate him for a time, or at least hinder him for a time with the lightning and everything. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, whoever, don't need to roleplay it, but whoever would have told them this would definitely have gotten a thank you and reassurance that they'll be safe where they're going.
Yeah, they're going to Ukar's camp. They're going up into the High Work to get shelter, either from Ukar's camp or Lokta, wherever the Red Stalkers lie. So they thank you for saving them, because they wouldn't have anything. So they're willing to share the story for anything really of value. Okay. Nothing else after the course of that. More forces arriving into the village. Like I said, the war chief and Boss Cobb are still helping. Tegan, you are teleported back. And on this hour of the fourth day, we'll go ahead and get
One thing I do have a question.
Mhm.
Since everything's been evacuated, is there any remains of? You said that Kresgol blew a chunk of flesh off of Erithun. Is there any remains that I could possibly try to find of Erithun there?
That would take you away from your help of the Gentlewood. That would take longer than the time of 4
Okay.
days, if that's the case.
I think you would probably focus on the people then.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying is that if you go help the people, you can't go do that. So
No, for sure. So he'll stick with his efforts and put it in the back of his mind.
okay, something to tell maybe when Erpip teleports you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna get some token stuff put down onto the map here. What?
Friend to
All right, we are in the 7th of Erie. This is in the spring, technically the equivalency of a month of April. You are here in the war room of the Great Chief's hut. This is somewhere that the party has been prior to the map of Luda. These people comprise of Erpip, Narcissus, it's not hostile neutral, Ukar, the Star, and Took. You all are in here. Sees Ukar, looks at the map, begins to put a small boat figurine that they had chiseled themselves into Uthin Bay. The Denkar ship. Called the Red Boulder is a brigantine. 2-leveled ship. The stash of supplies in its hull. It is moving metals. Iron. Adamantine. Beskar. Dark steel. Machine parts. It has made its voyage for many weeks. Across due north, heading into open waters to stay away from frost giants. It has rounded the horn here, and has pulled its way into the bay. We have 6 days for it to come from the mouth to the opening. The winds will bash and push it. It will not get any further for 6 days. Maybe further back still. The winds and weather's harsh. Uthin Bay batters any ships to pull itself through. It's filled with spires, rock, mounds, stone. It is a bay not for shipping or for travel. It is rarely used by even fishing boats. for the Denkosh ship to make way here. There is a great prize. It must be well funded. The Mining Guild. Narcissus. Yes, the Mining Guild is ran by a Basin Menno. They are a rich aristocrat and noble that had house lord ties to even the People's Palace in Beelder. They have their manor in Paylene, which is to the south of Alathan. They also have representation and sit on the council of Alathan. Basin Menno is notorious for ensuring that their goals are met. They must be given a large purse and sum of coin to be taking such a risky operation into Luda. They send ships every 3 weeks. So, if we miss this one, another one is already on its way. They must navigate through the Talthar blockade. But after the city of Beelder had fell, the blockade is in shambles. There are gaps and openings, as many of the forces were pulled back into Alathan to fortify it against an attack on the port city. Denkosh have made use of these openings, and they go full sail through, quickening their pace and travels. The Red Boulder is going to have a small outfit of Denkosh enforcers and cutthroats. Captain of the Red Boulder is going to be someone of skill. Someone that is going to be difficult to kill. They are known as Vase Durgo. They are well trained, fighting against the likes of Kuliak in the Crystal Desert. And they were once a Ravashid, abandoned and disordered from their order, most likely for greed, and away from those strict tribal people. They have been working with the Denkosh for a long time. They have brought to bear many workers from Tesser and Urdok for their mining operation, the Lavstir Mountains that line the spine of Gorn Valley. They will be at the helm. The ship has over 36 crew. They will not lay a defense upon their ship. They should surrender easily upon force. We have an opportunity. There is two that I see. We know of, points towards Vistar, that Nimble's automation is a nest, the Tinkerer. There may be an opening where the Tinkerer is from that establishment, or at least information on the whereabouts. Or we can discover evidence where the ship will be docked in the harbor, and where they are moving the supplies. We can assume that the supplies will be moved up from the harbor into the city towards Nibble's automations. But they might have a stash, somewhere they store the supplies before moving them into the city. Try to snuff it out, and there too may be evidence of the location of the Tinkerer, or even entrance into their lair, wherever they are lurking and hiding in the shadows. One path takes us into the city. We will assume the identities of the Denkosh enforcers and Vase Durgo. Airpip is capable of seeming. They can assume the identities and appearances of them. And we will have plenty of paperwork to show that those in the harbor that we are who we are, without any sort of ruse, or any sort of removing our ruse. The other, we'll find wherever smugglers' den the Denkosh use for their surplus of supplies. They will not just leave it at the wharf of the harbor. They will stash it somewhere. We will... smiles with a grin. We will draw our blades, thirsty for blood. And we will remove them with haste. Because I know you're not one for mindless bloodshed. Neither am I. But you know that the Denkosh that lurk there are as easily responsible as those that the Tinkerer turns into abominations. If they are not to surrender, we will kill them. Star looks. My vote is to move on Nimmel's automation. That is the path of less resistance and death. But once we are there, we will have to defeat the number of golems that are put in defense of the structure, and whatever lurks inside. Maybe that isn't the path of least resistance, but just the path that there is less death. Less souls that are put to rest into the afterlife. Anyone else have something to speak? Something to say?
I would agree with Vistan. We remove the Tinkerer's ability to put up resistance with the Blood Knights. We reduce the risk of casualties throughout the city, as well as our own.
I lean in favor of killing less people.
We will sail through the sea gate of Vasily into the harbor of Frothengol. We will disembark under the seeming spell, assuming that of the Denkosh on the Red Boulder, and we will make way from the harbor through the mountain tunnel into the city and to Dibble's automation. To start, when we get into the city, you will make way haste, Drelgash, the lowest steps, to the Rabbit Ice. You will connect with them. We should not need you. I feel we are capable of taking a few constructs down, and a number of bloodlines. Things are to go south. They will come after your hideout. They are to find it. We will lose many operatives in the city. Your best to warn them, to tell them that we are here, what identities we've assumed, and of course prepare them in case we need to retreat. We will make way to your hideout for safety. Narcissus. As much as I trust Halfred and the Grey Bears, there are a number of war chiefs that would still contest my control and reign over these people. I shall appoint you as interim chief. You are to stay here, giving direction and order. Prepare them for when the Blood Knights fall and the Tinkerer is slain. We will move on the city to the Grand Keep. We may have use. We will try to Abstain. We do not wish trample on the citizens of the occupied city. But you must prepare them in case we are to move. You may not have a choice. Then it is done. Pip. You will come with us onto the Red Boulder. Once we have gone through the sea gate and under the spell of seeming, we will have no use of you. Your talents are better used here with Narcissus. Uka, as you will. I will do as you say. I have commanded Umi and Uma not to breathe fire upon the Red Boulder. Cannot risk sinking the ship. We very well need to infiltrate the city and the harbor. We will ride them, and I will use the essence of brass dragons to invigorate their strength for them to carry us lot. I'm not sure about that one, though. Points towards Tug. They've been eagerly waiting to come into this meeting after they have seen you speak to me. I invited them here. They seem to be a great friend to you all. They will need some convincing that they are too heavy to be carried, to be brought onto the ship. Tug looks left and right. As their club, holding it. Rat Smasher. Tug understands. Tug too fat. Too strong.
Now hold
Yeah.
on. He's too big to get there, or if he were to be brought there, he'd be able to be on the ship.
Pip steps forward. There is only a Pip. There's only a number that I can put under the seeming spell. I have counted to you. Fortunately, Hug is one too many.
Unfortunate.
Doug, we will see you again. Don't
I
you?
thought I would be joining you. Tug was here to help you.
You have him.
Okay. Tug for the past 4 days just sat around eating, drinking, getting fat, speaking with other ogres.
Why didn't you come to the cabin and say hi?
Tug was not sure if Tug was welcome to cabin. After all, Tug and points towards Uka. We have not had good standing. I was waiting for opportune time to speak to the great war chief, Uga, to be welcome. I finally got the courage.
Well, Tug, if you want to help, why don't you help the orcs with the evacuation of the woods?
Tug will do so. I will help.
Also, Tug, you're always welcome to anywhere we're staying. You're a friend.
Tug shakes the head. I love you all.
We love
Don't
you
I
too.
owe you some armor?
It is fine. Tug has no use of armor. Tug will be fine. Looks towards the rest of you. Be safe.
Same to you.
As well.
We will come find you after it is over.
Walks out. Looks towards you with a longing stare. Leaves.
Tug
So
is
long,
real homie.
partner.
It's a motherfucking guy, man.
I need to make sure he ends up at Fate Haven. No matter what happens, he is making it to Fate Haven.
You
He's
have
gonna be
made a
about-
loyal friend. That tug has been waiting outside the Great Chief's hut every night, past 4 days.
This-
He reminds me of a dog.
Wow.
What?
Jesus, man.
See, Zukar looks towards you. I see you have not learned much. It is no
Oh, I did.
consequence. We are in this together. Tug will find their place in the order. This meeting is adjourned. It will take us 2 days of flight. Allow Umi and Uma to rest in the battering of the winds over Uthin Bay. Ship is in good position at 6. Therefore, we will leave in 4 days' time.
Ka, you've spoken to the Gordon Bear tribe about our request for the stone.
I have spoken to them. They are still reeling from the devastation of their people by the Battle of the Dragons. I do not know if they will be easily convinced, especially not by you, towards you, Thanos. You have put a bad taste into their mouth. It may be time to lie to them, if you wish to get that stone from them before we depart. Or maybe just don't tell them that you wish to spare the life of the dragon. I do not lie to my allies. If it were me, I would tell them the truth. And if they were to still refuse, I would have no choice but to take it from them.
The issue with that is you steal it from them.
I would not
In
steal
return.
it.
Combat of the strongest.
Win it in single combat.
Well, Nick Tegan here is our best negotiator, so I'd like him to take a run at it before we have to make a final decision.
Of course. I will invite Halfreed to the Great Chief's hut tonight. We will put on food and drink. There you can make your conversation to convince them.
Is there, prior to this meeting, any herbal concoctions that the Grey Bear tribe may be needing that we can offer?
I'm assuming you already gave them 24 potions.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if like there was anything else, if like people had other conditions applied. I don't know how Trezgol's new breath works, is essentially what I'm getting at.
Well, yeah, no, so, I mean, it is sustaining normal physical wounds, but none of these people have been hit by the breath of the dragon, really. You know, it's more or less going to be the devastation to the forest itself.
The forest.
Yeah, or being kind of
Okay.
crushed by dragons, which
Yeah,
they would
no,
already be
that's
dead.
fine.
Just like
Oh.
refugees at this point, right?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
basically refugees that are from a wildfire, right? So,
Yeah.
and now they do have there are some druids of theirs that have survived, and so they're able to provide the remedies that they need to be healed, right? So
Okay.
you're more than welcome for the next 4 days if you want to just aid those druids and make remedies. If you want to, that is something you can do for the next 4 days. But according to Ukar, it's not. No matter what efforts you are going to do, it's not going to change their opinion,
Never mind.
their minds, right? So you're going to have to figure out something to convince them beyond helping them out with herbal remedies or whatever gestures, because they are very much so on the level of here, and you're not going to bring them down, so you got to convince them from that level.
Got it.
So. Anything else for this meeting?
That is all.
Then we are adjourned.
Appreciate your time.
To start, we will go for a walk. Yes.
I do want to mention, because Ukar, you are a trusted ally at this point. I do want to mention, as I was out aiding the efforts with the refugees, individual that we had found mentioned that Damodar was at the site of the dragon's battle and was there to heal Erithun as it had sustained some sort of lasting wound from Fresgol. Now, both of those things are developments that should be talked about, because Damodar's protection over the dragons has either prevented damage or immediately healed them in almost every scenario that does not involve the completion of the stone associated to that specific dragon. And Damodar being in the area is just more of a cautionary tale. I doubt he's still hanging around, but it just felt like I should report that.
I appreciate the report. We would not stand against the likes of them in their current state. It is best not to make ourselves known or our presence found until it is safe.
Oh, I 100% agree.
If there are remnants of the dragon which you wish to experiment with, I would implore you to use Pip in those experiments, and after we return from the City of Stone.
Of course. I believe the remnants, however, not the most pressing matter, should be a priority. I think it may give us insight further than what we have currently.
We already know that the Triskull can harm Erithun. That alone is enough. But if there is more you wish to discover from that, then you're more than welcome to do so on your own, and with Pip's help, I suppose. But our plan is in motion, and any efforts we involve ourselves with could move us away from that plan.
Understood.
Star, with me, we will walk, speak, state of the city. We are to flee. I will need to know the path. Left alone in the war room, Ukar and Pastar leave to discuss the Dragon Pike Rebellion. Probably passing through the city if they're to make haste, fleeing. Where's the proper ways to go? That kind of thing. Narcissus moves some pieces around on the map.
I think as they exit, I'll kind of speak up and say, Erpip, would there be any way that you'd be able to find the remains of Erithun that were lost during the battle? I believe they may have some significance.
Pip can help you. But as the great Chief Ukar has said, if we involve ourselves with something, we may very well get moved away from the task ahead. What's to say that these things will not be there when we return?
Out of character, we're still 6 days out from being able to leave, right?
Or
4 days away from being able to leave. You'll have to rely on Erpip's teleportation just to get you there, and then you'll have to take a number of days scouting for the actual remnant of the hide across easily dozens of miles of distance.
Gotcha.
So, again, the story was told that the blast took a chunk of Erithun off. You don't know where exactly that was, except around Twin Fork. And the area of Twin Fork, even though the village itself is small, it could be anywhere in the realm of miles, which will require you to just, we're talking like search and rescue, scavenging type situation, which takes days of time. And if the efforts of the Red Stalkers and Boss Cobb of the Goblins are to rescue people from the Smallwood or those refugees from Twin Fork, they are not going to they're not going to have the time or the efforts to be able to also at the same time locate that fragment of remnant from the dragon's hide.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm kind of getting at here, is that your timetable is that you're going to try to fit that within 4 days. Not impossible, but it's going to take up time that could get you into more trouble with something, right? Or nothing. So that's what Ukar is simply saying, and Urpip is just reminding you that's what Ukar has said, and Urpip serves Ukar.
Also, we need you to talk to the Grey Bear Chieftain tonight, so like, you can't go anywhere. We have set you up with a prior arrangement.
So again, not that you can't do it. You just have to think about it. Do I want to risk taking that opportunity, to go look for that? Who am I going to try to recruit to go look for it? I can recruit my friends, right? Your party. You can think about them if there are opportunities there for them to just get some more numbers. You might think about maybe getting Tug involved and the ogres. I mean, they simply said they had nothing to do anyways, so you could just tell them to go after it. So you gotta think outside the box.
Yeah. I think I'll say to Urpip, I may have underestimated my original estimation of how long it would take, but I think I'll think over it this night, considering I have to talk to the chief and make my decision otherwise. I want to assure you that I wouldn't, if I felt that it would impede our progress on our current plan, I wouldn't partake in the search, but if it's something I can accomplish.
Urpip knows that what we believe not to happen is not always what does happen. Simply because you believe it will not happen does not mean that it would not. We do not know. Maybe the Master of Dragons will return to try to retrieve it themselves, and you will be caught in a fight you cannot win. Maybe the Damodar's Scourge will come. Bring it. You will also have to face them. These are all what ifs, and Urpip knows much about what ifs. This is why Ukar is the great chief. This is why Urpip will serve Ukar, because they speak absolute. They understand the what ifs. They always do something they can win.
Understood.
I will help you. Urpip does not say they will not help you, but you must find out how we are to do this in 4 days' time before we leave. It may not be for the likes of you or me. There are many allies that you have. Do not forget them.
I will give it some thought and I'll be in contact. Thank you again, Urpip.
You are welcome.
As I walk into the room and I see everyone, I'll kind of reiterate. I haven't reached out to Tresgol since the fight, and I honestly don't think there's anything left to really commune with, considering I haven't heard from him since the seed was planted. But the fact that we know now that whatever the seed did to him is making him able to damage Erithune is I don't even know.
Well, it does stand to reason that the old one's power would be able to damage it, seeing as how they are both pure chaos energy.
It is similar in source to the power that protects the dragon to begin with, from what we understand.
So you think they almost cancel each other out?
Well, the concern is that he was able to damage him, which means that the old one's control over Dresgol is greater than Damodar's control over Barithone.
I do believe Tresgol is going to become a problem for us. He may keep himself busy with attacking dragons for the meantime, but what about when we turn them to our side? The old one specifically told us that he wished for the destruction of all dragons. And he has already turned Tresgol against things that we thought would be in our best interest, with the pillar.
The other thing to keep in mind is that what we were told in the temple, how we were supposed to protect this timeline from outside influence, and we just gave the Devourer, the old one, whatever name you guys are going by, one of the strongest creatures in this world. And that creature seems to not even be able to fight his control. Which is weird, seeing as how it was something that Nameless seems to be doing, so because he seems free.
Perhaps Nameless is free because they've already fulfilled their purpose.
It's with that being reiterated, it does make Tresgol even more of a threat than he already was.
Yes.
But I
Uh,
don't even if we had the means to deal with Tresgol, making an open move against the old one doesn't seem like something that would be in our best interest.
Not for the time being. It may become necessary at some point.
Of course.
You think Tresgol still likes us?
Did Tresgol ever like us?
I don't know that Tresgol
Hold on,
technically
wait,
is still alive.
That's all of that is assumption. We have no idea.
I
We haven't spoken to him.
I mean, before the whole horn thing, I think we were on pretty good terms.
You were pretty good.
Yeah, but then when Tegan put the horn on him and he tried to talk to him, he wanted nothing to do with anything that we had to say.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure all Tegan heard were the old man giving it commands, like it didn't have a mind of.
And that's why I'm not sure that Tresgol is still alive.
Yeah,
Technically, he
that's-
wasn't alive before.
Well, yes, but
his soul is gone. Is what
yes.
his soul got
Or at least
consumed.
possibly,
The
or it
Devourer
could just
could have
be
eaten.
suppressed.
That
Well, one thing I know is that if Damodar got his power from the old one, or is somehow using something similar to that, if we are able to free the Silver Dragon from Damodar's control using the stone, I'm wondering if we could also try to do something of the same effect with Tresgol. I know it's a long shot, but being able to get Tresgol back on our side, even in his own interests, is a lot better than him being controlled by the old one.
I just feel like with Belzar, it's more simple. We know Belzar's soul is still there. We know that there is something to be with Tresgol. We have no idea. if he's still, or if a stone can even work, break the old man's control.
Well, at the very least, you used the stone to empower him originally. Perhaps it could be used to reverse that process, at least make him easier to deal with.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When I did try to connect with him, when the seed was planted, I vaguely remember it being a feeling of like his will being suppressed, and as well as the commands. But I might be remembering that wrong.
You're asking me.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's important. I think, by the way, I would describe it as a little bit different than his will is being suppressed. More like his will is being brought to like fruition in more of a glorified state. So, I mean, you just hit the nail on the head when you said what's the difference between Nameless and Tresgall. You got to know the background of Tresgall. You got to know who Tresgall was. Tresgall was a dragon who had a thrall. They are, in nature, evil. I think you all hit it on the head. I mean, you really did hit it on the head. I mean, I'm not saying that they're not being like guided or influenced or but I was saying in terms of suppression, it was the stone that had the feeling of that towards them was suppressed. That when you reach out to form that connection, right, that sort of thing, that control, that was what was being suppressed. That's what I was narrating.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot you guys were playing chess, and I thought you were rolling to try and understand what the fuck we were talking about.
Oh no, yeah,
No.
playing, but
We're just playing chess while we have the conversation.
Thanos just mated him in 6 moves.
Hopefully,
Pretty
we
much.
don't have to fight the Great Bear tribe if we actually decide to stay.
Well, I'm
Take-
planning on doing the whole, avoiding the whole conversation about what's going to happen to the dragon afterward and be like, we need the stone to take our revenge against the person who sicked him on your people. And
The greater threat is Damodar, who controls all the dragons. The
Yeah.
individual ones are less important.
I tried that argument.
Well,
just lie. It is not that hard.
I don't lie. I just bend the truth.
Tegan, you lie, right?
no, never. Anyway, Ukar seemed like he was half on board. He was like, listen, you do what you do. If not, you got to take it. And that makes me feel like he doesn't really give a shit.
I mean, these people were his enemies.
Let's good cop, bad cop it. Okay.
That sounds
Not
like
Thanos.
it's
Do
gonna
not
go
involve
horrible.
Thanos in that.
Oh no!
You
I have-
try first, Tegan, and if I think you're failing, then I'll try. And I'll try to keep him alive, but if not, I'll take his head.
If we
Oh,
come to,
if
these are refugees seeking shelter, and we're not gonna start cutting people down in Ukar's camp. It's just not happening.
Tegan fails, I have another plan.
you can't
I'm-
send
I don't
zombies after
like
it.
when you say
No,
things
this-
like that.
This
Tell
has
us
nothing to do with
not
zombies.
trust
You
Plan.
actually
You.
did get a
War-
chuckle out of Marius for that one. Malcolm, I'll give you that one. That was actually a good one.
Tell us your
We're
plan.
not having that conversation here. There are other ears.
Okay, but I don't want to. I'm not blindly trusting this plan you have.
Well, yeah, we have hours before the thing. We can go back to the house,
Tiny house.
the tiny house, and now has 1 bedroom. You guys got kicked out. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, let's go talk to him, I guess. If that's the plan.
we
Or
have
we
to
gotta wait for the food.
Yeah, it's this evening, but
Ugh.
could go discuss this plan.
It's a terrible plan, but it's better than killing him.
I mean, at what point do you, speaking vaguely here, what point do you weigh the lives of these people versus the lives of everyone? I think you should just lie to him.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. That's plan A. Tegan goes and talks to him and does whatever Tegan does.
Say, hey, we plan to kill the Silver Dragon. Can I please have that stone to make it happen?
My friend's a
We already
dumbass.
told him that we were not gonna kill.
Yeah, we've
Well,
come
yeah.
to our senses.
You've
We
also
plan to
had
kill the Silver
time.
Dragon. We see
Tegan
the
also
symbol
got
Out
to
of
go
the
see
bag.
the things, all the destruction. We didn't see the destruction, so like it would make sense for Tegan to be like, "Yeah, we've changed our mind."
Listen, if you guys want me to milk it, I'll milk it. I'm trying to change, okay? I think truth for allies is something we should value, but if you want me to lie to the poor fucker who just lost his entire civilization, I'll lie to him. I'll fucking lie to him. But I'm not happy about it.
Is
I
he
just want you to get the
is he
stone.
your ally though?
Like,
Like,
what is
He's
your
allied with
goal as a
Ukar.
group? What is your goal?
Not lie to a homeless dude. That's my goal.
so you're gonna
Our
take
goals are
that?
very short-sighted.
That's
So you're
not.
gonna take that immediate goal over the redemption of a silver dragon that can help us in the fight over Demodar.
Listen,
You're
Varys,
gonna not
I'm gonna
lie
do it.
to somebody.
I'm gonna do it. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it.
I
I'm
don't
just
want you
saying.
to feel like you have to do anything. This should be your decision.
It is my decision, and I've made my decision, okay? I'm gonna lie to the poor fucker.
All right.
All right, so let's go back to the house, and I can tell you guys the backup plan, and you guys can tell me you don't like
Okay.
He's become a prophet.
it. All right, so the backup plan, if Tegan fails, I'm going to sneak into his hut while he sleeps, and I will enter his dream and convince him that we are allies.
Jesus Christ.
I'm guessing that's with your new found dream magic, right?
Yes.
Do you do that? Fuck, I'm never gonna be able to sleep again.
Oh, I also know the dream spell, so I can do it to you guys anywhere in the world. Just an FYI. Speaking of, I should probably visit Andrew tonight as well because he's an asshole and he deserves it.
Where is he? Is he still in jail?
The front line, we believe,
I don't know.
Paladin took
I'll
him
use
with-
that spell tonight,
probably did.
and I'll find out where he is and see if he's still alive.
All right. Well, you ready, Tegan?
You know, I've never been one, that's been much for lying. I'm a very, very honest person, but I'm willing to change my morals for you, Varys.
Yes, I'm sure you've never lied to me before.
Do it the way you want to do it, and
Yeah.
then leave.
Dude,
And if you fail, you don't have to be around for what comes next.
to be fair, if he fails and we're going the violent route, I think we all need to be there. This druid gave me very strong
I'm not gonna go the
vibes.
violent route because you're gonna do your whole non-consensual dream entering thing that you do. It's
Yeah,
fine.
but if that also doesn't work, then plan C is we just kill them.
Just let me make him piss himself.
I don't know that that's going to work.
But
Could be amusing though.
It
how
could
does
be
that
funny
get-
to watch try.
All right, let's go talk to him.
All right.
But we have 8 hours. Or how
Boom,
many
8 hours has passed. Let's go talk.
We're gonna fast travel it.
Yeah.
I mean, unless someone has something to.
That's fine. I'll set up this stage real fast.
I think we're just trying to get this stone and get the fuck out of here.
I wanna attack this ship. This sounds so cool. We're riding a dragon into battle. Like,
I don't know that we're riding so much as being carried by. I think it's going to be a lot like the rescue for some
either
reason.
way, man. Like,
They weren't so fast, I would just fly myself, but never be able to keep up.
he's
No,
over
you
here
should do
flapping
that,
the
man. That'd be
cloak.
funny.
That doesn't work during the day, right?
The flight does. The invisibility shit, I think, doesn't. If I'm not mistaken,
don't-
I'd have to double check.
I don't think any of it works in the daylight, but yeah, I don't remember.
Because I'm pretty sure I can fly. I just can't do the other stuff. Oh no, it is dim light. But we'd be attacking it at night, so I think.
Yeah, you didn't say.
Whatever we choose to do before we go in there, understand that this is a man who lives his life by his strength and his convictions. If you're going to appeal to him, try to see it from his perspective. He has just failed to defend his entire civilization. Forces he had no hope of dealing with. And the only thought in his heart is vengeance.
Which isn't very druidic if you think about it.
I have complete faith in Vegan. Whatever you
Yeah.
decide to do.
You've got this, buddy.
Okay.
What would Rodrigo want you to do?
Don't you say his
Wow,
fucking.
if you went there.
Don't you say his fucking name.
And now that I have reminded you of your loss of Rodrigo, you now know how he feels and you can appeal to his emotions. Voila, look at that.
Crazy.
Goddamn right.
Yeah, so you
Rodrigo.
won't lie, but you're okay with manipulating emotions. That's good to know, Deuce.
Thanos
That
is
tracks.
character. That tracks.
Just so you know, Rodrigo was a fishing rod.
Joey's face was
Nah.
just like, alright.
We're good, man. We'll just keep going. Just no comment, all right?
It's fucking great.
Luke, stay close. You're gonna be a prop. No swinging the Bane though, please. I don't want to go out of this with a fight.
I'm gonna stay out here.
Wink at me if you want me to make him cower in fear.
I will not blink a single time when we enter this building.
Okay, so you come into the Great Chief's hut. Right now, there's quite a bit of people in here. It's a variety, like I said. When I've narrated this before, it's very similar. They're just having festivities, kind of hosting people in here to be able to provide them food and seclusion away from the elements, or their various other tents, just kind of allowing to have a little more, not elegance in any way. That wouldn't be the word I would use. Just more or less a place of gathering. And this is what this hut is mainly used for in the war room. And so there is pretty much all the faces you have seen before. The shadow hand is moved almost into these positions, kind of just to portray, almost like observance, right? There's so many people in the hut, they don't want anything to happen, so they're kind of keeping a watchful eye. Tulok is boisterous and laughing. The number of orcs are cheering themselves together. And a couple goblins in there from Boss Cobb have now made way here. So they're kind of looking around wide-eyed at the structure that they're currently in and the village. They're talking about it and how excited they are to be here and all of the things that they had experienced on the way from the Mighty River and all the stuff that happened from here to now. Urpip, Vistar, Ukar, and Narcissus are all sitting together around the same fire. They're currently eating skewers of meat and slabs of fish on planks, and a number of root vegetables that have been stewed down into these clay bowls. Pouring themselves with clay pitchers into clay mugs is a frothy ale. So they're kind of drinking and eating to themselves and talking about just pleasantries and the common talk. It's all just regular things, and stands reason. Yep. Venturing life is awesome. Sometimes settling down and spending time with your friends and those who would become your allies is a fun time. So it's a nice little party.
With seeing everyone together and enjoying the festivities, I would just casually make my way over after.
I would point to the gray bear dude up top. I don't know what your plan is, so figured I would point him out to you.
Walking up, I would just say, greetings, Chief, and I hope you and your companions here are doing well.
See, Halfred is still very much wild with the hair, but they no longer have the suit and charcoal. They've been bathed and freshly bloodied, as there seems to be a carcass of a large elk-like creature over their slab of stone, cooking it, licking lips. The fingers, they stand tall as they arise themselves from their rug and pillow. They stand 7'6", draping over you, bolstering the chest and cracking the back. They grunt once, and they motion. You see as the sage just slowly moves over and shifts themselves, nestling nearby. Another warrior motion for the pillow for you to sit.
Thank you. Much gracious of you, and thank you, sir, for moving. I'll gladly take a seat.
As you sit, and at the same time as you're sitting, you see as Halfred is actually going to be matching you at the same level as you sit down. They stare at you. Rip a chunk of the meat off, and they throw it to you.
I catch it. I say, oh my. Cooked to perfection, if I do say so.
Do you cook?
Unfortunately not. I'm not as dexterous or skilled with the cooking utensils. But I am known to enjoy fine cuisine.
Motion for the sage. It begins to take a bowl, pouring a liqueur into the bowl. Begins to motion over to you. Drink!
Of course. I'll go ahead and take it to the dome.
You drink it, and the lips are pungent and fumed of some sort of mushroom broth that has been stewed down with acidic bite.
The bitterness of the broth really cuts through the richness of the meat. Truly, I mean...
You see as he flicks and points towards the sage. The sage pulls out a peace pipe. It's to pack with halfling green. Motions it over to you.
Oh, that I must decline. Maybe for celebration afterward.
You will smoke.
I will?
Yes, you will.
I guess I will.
You see as the pipe is passed around, Alfred takes it, smokes it themselves. takes a long billow of it. And as they breathe outwards, you see as they puff the smoke, forming themselves into tiny little bear cubs. They begin to pass the pipe around, as all that are around this fire smoke.
There's Lucar. He'd love that guy.
Now,
Of course, packing his own pipe.
we sit and meet as equals.
Yes, very gracious of you. Chief, I would like to introduce myself, as I have not yet. My name is Tegan. I am a member of the party known as the Ill-Fated, and we are on a quest to destroy the one known as the Master of Dragon. His name is Damodar, and he is the one that controls the same dragon that has tormented your people, as well as one of the dragons that caused the destruction of your land. Now, I come here to tell you this because our quest is very pivotal on one major thing, and that is the assembly of certain artifacts that give us the power to destroy not only Damodar in the future, but the dragons he controls. Now, and I'll kind of reach into my bag, and I'll pull out the white gemstone. This was the gemstone used to destroy the Great White Worm. As you can see, I'll point to my helm. My companions and I took care of that dragon and have used its remains for our own benefit, of course. As you can... that reaction. As your people, I assume, recycle your kills as well. These gemstones allow us to break through the protections given to them by the Master of Dragons and allow us to finally vanquish them. But unfortunately, our current target, the Silver Dragon, is still under these protections because we have not been able to assemble the final piece into the whole of the Silver Gemstone. Now, as one of my companions had spoke to you earlier, you are the proud owner of the last piece of the Silver Gemstone. Now, I will not lie to you. Originally, we were under the impression that these dragons could be saved, but I personally have been in the field trying to save some of these refugees and get them into the encampment, and seeing the absolute destruction that these dragons have posed to not only your people, but many, many others across the realm. It's a sad truth, but regardless, these dragons must be taken care of and destroyed. And with your help, I believe my companions and I can set things right and avenge your people by destroying the Master of Dragons and saving countless lives in the future. Now, separating with your prize, I know comes at a great cost, but I assure you, it is with the greater good in mind that I ask you to part ways with it.
But make a deception or persuasion check. You have spoken, and I have listened. I will speak, and you will listen.
I just nod.
This stone is the tooth of Ursa. To our people, it is a sacred totem, the spirit of the bear. It has been worshipped and revered, and worn by our chief for generations. This does not look like that. It's your white gemstone. There was one who asked for this before. One of you are ill-fated. They have told me that they wish to save and spare the silver dragon. But you say otherwise. How are you to stop your friend from trying to save them? Are you the one to deal the final blow?
Chief, it's not that our intentions have changed, it's that we've realized there's no possible way to do it. These dragons have been driven to madness by Damodar, and the only way to truly save them and truly avenge the people that they've destroyed is to destroy them themselves.
How, then, did your friend come to this conclusion? For 4 moons ago, or twin cycle, they were convinced they had a way to save the dragon, and you speak otherwise.
You see,
what have you found that would speak to this?
I would reach into my bag and pull out the blue gemstone as well. And I would say, I am not only in possession of the white gemstone, the blue gemstone as well found me. A little bit different of a relationship I had with the blue worm. I became a herald of it, and I too sympathized with the dragons. However, the great blue worm is also under the control of another great power that we intend to stop.
And another one that needs to die.
Exactly.
Listen, here, Tegan. You must understand. What has been done to my people cannot be forgiven. It must be avenged. We are peaceful people. Jeez. Camera's going crazy. Hold on. There. We are peaceful people. We have lived in the gentle wood all of our existence. We have protected and nourished and shepherded the forest. But when even an Ursa comes and is driven mad, we have the wisdom to move it away, to keep ourselves safe from this beast. And if the beast cannot be convinced with what we are gifted, from its spirit. Then we will send it to the afterlife. We have no other choice. We tried to heal Belzar. We tried to break their chains. They told us their story. They have told us everything that you have told me. I know that much is true. Our efforts to help Belzar, they were for naught. The bear could not be cured of its madness. The rage, the fire brewed, be it from the bonds of its master or not. Belzar sought to die. They pleaded with us to end them. And like you have said, they are protected. They could not be harmed. You are telling me that you have the power to take this sacred totem, to make it what yours looks like, and that alone is enough to defeat this dragon, who longs for its own death. Give it what it wants. Do not remove its freedom.
Stone alone is not powerful enough to kill the dragon, but it is powerful enough to lift the protections given and allow our efforts to break through. We've done it before. In the Frosthorn Mountains, we killed the great white worm.
Yes, this is what you have told me. I have listened to you. Now you must listen to me. You must tell me who will strike the final blow against this dragon if I am to give you this sacred totem to remove the protection. You must not hesitate, and I am not convinced that your friend will not hesitate.
Well, I'll tell you right now. Is Lucar within seeing distance?
Yeah, I'm standing right next to you. Or it would be. I didn't move my token.
My friend right here carries a weapon that quite literally craves the blood of dragons. It was forged for one purpose: to slay dragons. And my friend here, not unlike yourself, is driven by the vengeance to avenge his people that he has lost. I assure you, in my lack of martial prowess, I will not be the one to make the final blow. But Lucar here will not hesitate.
Then, we will see to their strength. As Halford stands up, tall, 7'6", cracking at the back. Breathing into the breath. If you are to take this sacred totem, I will need to see if you have the strength of Ursa. They breathe into themselves. You see as some of their skin begins to change to the fur of a bear. They crack the neck slightly as their muscles begin to engorge. They have no weapons. It's not a weapon or a fight. This is not a fight to the death. This is like a wrestling match. You see as they begin
Very
to motion,
well.
some of them begin to clear out, move themselves down. As they do that, let out a yell, raging themselves. Ursa, hear me. As they groan outwards, the fur begins to grow, swell towards chest, and they let first roll. This is essentially whoever's able to pin someone down into the ground. So it's going to be grappling checks. You're going to have to make 2 successful grapple checks in order to pin them to the ground. You'll give me your first roll.
Does Chrono Shift require verbal and somatic components, or is it something I can do stealthily?
I mean, it is observable that magic is being used.
Okay.
You're turning back time, right? As a reaction. So
yeah, I just didn't know, like, if I do it, you know, will he notice, basically? But he will.
I mean,
fucking arms off.
Yeah. So go ahead, Luke. Just do a athletics check for the grapple because I think it's your strongest.
You did 2.
I just need 1 for now. Halfred gets a 26 to your 19. You see their strength is supernatural as they grip you down, pulling you around into a grapple, holding you to as they breathe in. They smell like the stench of a beast. It's in heat, fuming at the rage, frothing at the mouth. They're going to try to twist you over their back, supplying you onto the ground, large smash. Your next athletics roll is a 21. To stop that from happening, they're going to make another athletics check to get you onto the ground. 30.
Jesus Christ.
They pin you into
Advantage!
Smash
He's
you
raging.
to the ground and holding
He's
you
a
down.
barbarian.
Yep.
As they breathe intently down upon you, sweltering. They then pick themselves up. As they, with their relentless rage and persistence, allow their rage to end themselves. They pick you up, grabbing you, and begin to pull you up above. I love the lighting. Should close my window at this point. But we are after our time anyways, so you know what? Just might as well let it fly. They pick you up, lifting you off the ground. As they do that, Lucar, you realize that they could lift your entire body with 1 arm off of the ground and hold you suspended in the air. They chose to, and they place you neatly upon the ground. Well done. You have strength. I could feel it. Just not enough. This weapon. Let me see it.
Sheath the Bane.
See as they grab the blade and they hold it. We are not a people that live by weapons. We make them as tools to implement our strength. Give it to you. There is one more I must hear from. Bring them to the fire. Bring me the friend. 4 days, they asked. Bring them here.
Okay. I'll get up and walk over to Thanos. And I'll say, listen, man, I think we got him. Just fucking don't fuck it up, okay? I know you're on this redemption kick where you're like, oh, I'm noble and this, that, and I don't like it. I know you're a piece of shit, okay? So be a fucking piece of shit. And go lie to this fucking man, okay?
It sounds like a plan.
I know you're a piece of shit. I love that. I love
Tegan
that.
out here being my bestie since day one. Just like, yeah, I know you're fucking jackass.
Sage looks towards the sage, motions. They begin to fill from a small pitcher that has a stopper upon it with this very
It's fucking
brackish,
truth serum.
this very brackish brew. As they pour it out, it smells like mushrooms as well, but now it has more of an ammonia-like smell. And they begin to offer the clay bowl to you, Thanos. Alfred looks. You will drink.
Would this be anything that I had smelled similar to any of the concoctions Trillia had?
You can make
Did she use them?
if you have. You can roll your herbalist tools if you want.
Also, is this the same shit I drank?
No.
Oh, fuck.
It's a truth serum for sure.
Oh yeah, I 100% know that it's a truth. I rolled a 2 and got a fucking 20.
This is not a truth serum. This is an extreme and potent hallucinogenic.
That's fucking even worse. God damn. All right, I will drink it.
You down. See as it bites upon the tongue. You resist, gargling it up. It feels like a poison. Make a Constitution saving throw.
This isn't a charm or charm-like thing, right?
Nope.
It's just
You failed. Begin to vividly see hallucinations upon your appearance and perceptions. Alfred begins to turn into a large bear that speaks to you. Do not fear what you will see. Sage begin to motion their hands towards the flames. They grow it to a large, roaring fire. Feast your eyes into the flames. Stare at it, and you will see truth of your soul.
that's fucking terrifying for
That is
Thanos. I will stare into the fire though.
And that's where we're going to end it.
Hell yeah.
Yay.
God damn.
Crazy shit.
What the fuck am I about to say?
What are you about to see?
I have no idea, man.
God damn it.
You did such a, that was so good, Tegan. Like
Yeah, it was great till they wanted to see me.
but no, just like the way you worded everything, it was
Oh,
so
yeah.
good. And then of course you rolled a fucking 29 because of your eloquence feature.
Well, I mean, the lowest is the 23. It's still
yeah, that's
real.
what I'm saying. It's crazy. Roll so high.
Oh, fuck. We almost had it.
I think we have it, man.
I don't think we do.
We just might break Thanos in the process. It's just
I
Don't
swear I
give up.
had something for hallucinations.
Maybe they're gonna go on a buddy ayahuasca trip, and he's gonna see that Thanos is really a good guy and that he's worth giving, or he's about to find out that Thanos is an agent of a cosmic deity that is.
who was planning to invade his dreams and mind control him.
Yeah, that's the part that I'm worried about.
This might be where Thanos dies.
I mean, if shit goes down, this dude, this could go really bad, really.
Oh, is this technically an illusion?
No.
Damn it.
Bro,
For
you're
anyone
like
to get
making
Yeah,
all
man,
the
region.
rules about hallucinogenics. You have to just accept it. It'll make it a lot easier.
Yeah,
Look, if
Thanos
you fight
doesn't
it,
accept
it's gonna be
anything that he has
it's
to
gonna
look
be a
into
bad
his soul.
trip. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why I'm really happy you're finally gonna face it, Deuce. This is gonna be big for
Better
you.
write it. Yeah. This is a Dr.
No.
Phil moment.
What a
No.
great game.
And yes, I am just talking shit with Ukar and all my friends while you guys just struggle with this. It's great.
Varys is over here staring at the chessboard.
Yeah, I didn't even see you there when I because it was blocked off by the corner. So I was like, "Oh, look, an open pillow." And I sat down and I looked over. I was like, "Oh shit, Thane's trying to play chess." I'm just like, "Oh, I already
Varus is
sat
just
down on the
bored.
pillow. Sorry,
He's
man."
just bored of beating Varus at chess. He doesn't need to keep doing it.
He just doesn't let
I found a
these
new
all these
challenger.
Yeah, he prefers a better challenge.
Varus is uncomfortable in this environment. He grew up in palaces, man. He's like, chess is the only thing I know.
Man fucking beats Varus at chess and then gets his ass whooped by Thanos of all people.
I mean, I beat him at a game. You're acting like I lost every game. I won one of them. Come
Remember,
on.
I let everybody win like the first time, and then I go sicko mode on them.
Okay.
All right, so we have
You didn't let me win the first one.
we got
Hustler.
session 66. So Varus gets 619, and then everyone else is 377. So puts that 86 and then 93. That I believe I added that correctly. So as far as Steven's concerned, I think it's a test of strength, not necessarily a victory of strength. You don't need to not to say you failed. Not saying you failed or anything like that. As Sam said, what just happened was more or less like a test to see how strong of a character you are.
I could take him.
Yeah.
I could take him.
Yeah, and so you basically was like they realized that you do have you're strong. I mean, you're a strong character, and so they realized that when they're doing what they did, they defeated you in terms of the roles, right? That sort of thing. So.
26 and a 30.
Yeah, they are supernaturally, like most of some of these elders in their community. They're like almost in the same realm as we talked about, like the Ufarim, right? And some of the things that was there. They are actually, their story is very similar to theirs. So if you ever want to know more about Ufarim and them, Greyberry, you can always talk to the elder here about that too. So you can find out why they're super strong. All right. So we got our experience points. We got our other things. Do we have any final questions?
No.
Nope. Next session is about to be wild.
Yeah.
All right. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hope you check us out next week, Saturdays at 11 a.m. PST. Thanks so much for watching, and bye.
Bye.